Alright, we got a new one up. We gotta find Dead by Daylight. What? The tripping twin. Yeah. Oh, I'm on YouTube. It's late for YouTube. It's crazy. My boy live. I gotta go show my boy the documentary. No one wants to show all that. Did we see that? We wanna do that one. Snoop Jealousy. Ooh, let's do that one. We gonna do that one, chat. Hold on, we gotta make a new window. Oh, here you go. Oh, shit. Alright, so here we are. Like, man, this is. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you ain't talking about shit in that bitch, nigga. Yeah, for it. That shit 10. Damn, we just started this one?
Nobody ever came to save me. They just watch what happened to you. That's why thug life to me is dead. If it's real, then
between you and Biggie was like, who's gonna
Alright, hold on, we're gonna watch this one. You know, we probably seen this one yesterday though, but we gonna watch it. They said they could've been cool. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but I forgot. I did do it. Hold on. We get ready to chat. We get ready for this shit. Hold on, I gotta see my boy. Before we do anything, my boy is live. Before we got down, you know what I'm saying? I'll show my boy love real quick. He live. They say he live, but he not live. So I'm gonna go show my boy love real quick. I told that nigga start having shit on mute. Let me have his shit on mute like a motherfucker. I go show my boy love real quick, chat. Alright, we're gonna get into this documentary. I gotta cut the damn fan on it. Oh damn, this bitch. Damn. Alright. Oh, we get dive into that shit. Let me make sure is it up? Hold on. I gotta make a separate one. Make sure it's up. Make sure. Okay. Alright. Go get my fans, yeah. We going. Alright, baby. And show my boy love. Put it on charge, we ready. Why everybody laughing? Hold on. I seen somebody laughing them off. I was laughing at what's it called? Before we get started. Charge this up real quick. We get one more goddamn sodas. Fuck this shit. Hello? Alright, we're gonna get started in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I'm gonna play this for real quick. I'm gonna wind it back when I come back though. I'm gonna get the soda real quick.
Who rules the end kingdom? That's basically, you know what I'm saying? I was like, this is like it is election.
Who shot y'all? Separate the weak from the opposite. Leak hard to creep them Brooklyn streets. It's on nothing.
While I'm in jail, strangers is telling me, yo, you don't know? Biggie homeboy shot you. Cause they bragging, they telling they niggas in jail, yo, we just got popped, woo, woo, woo. That's why what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing, I'm destroying her. I f his wife, I'm in the game, I'm destroying her.
You claim to be a player, but I bust your wife. We bust on bad boys, brothers touch for life. When they say something to us, we want to make sure we mash that, man. Like we did Biggie. You see that quiet as a church mouse.
I was more in the mouth.
Hold on, we gotta go back. Hold on, I gotta catch up. Like, we missed over. What they say, Chad? Hold on, we missed that. We gotta keep going these documentaries, but we gotta see what's true. We got a lot of documentaries, bro. We gotta break down what's real to us. You know what I'm saying? We can't go out what people say. We gotta go check. We real justice. We gotta go with true or false. Alright, come on. Why ain't play?
Between you and Biggie was like, who rules the end kingdom? That's basically, you know what I'm saying? I was like, this is like it is election.
Who shot y'all? Separate the weak from the opposite. Leak hard to creep them Brooklyn.
No, I can't play that shit. Hold on now. Try to copyright my ass. Hell no. Oh no, we can't play that shit. They be trying to copyright me. Fuck that shit.
Streets, it's on nothing.
Damn, shit. Okay,
I'm in jail, strangers is telling me, yo, you don't know? Biggie homeboy shot you. Cause they bragging, they telling they niggas in jail.
I ain't never heard this before. Oh yeah, we might stumble on something. So his homeboys bragging about the doing the shit. They ain't said it in the other documentary yesterday. Hold on now, hold on. We ain't gonna walk.
Yo, we just got popped, woo, woo, woo. That's why what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing, I'm destroying her. I f his wife, I'm in the game, I'm destroying her.
You claim to be a player, but I bust your wife. We bust on bad.
Oh, we gotta pause this shit. We gotta pause here now. Check. Tupac, you ain't gonna give me copyright, nigga.
Brothers touch for life. When they say something to us, we want to make sure we mash that, man. Like we did Biggie. You see that quiet as a church mouse.
I was more in the mind frame of, keep your mouth shut, big. You know what I'm saying? Just don't feed into it. If you feed into it, it's gonna do nothing but escalate. I knew it wasn't true. I know what he was blaming me for wasn't true.
His wife pregnant, getting weight like an expected father, not knowing who.
She probably have Tupac.
Everybody that love Biggie, they all like, I can't wait for Biggie to come back. That's why they root for them. They rooting for they people. And when I was gone, that's why all my niggas like, we can't wait for them to come. And that's why they rushed the polls. They wanted a new regime. And my regime includes the East Coast. It includes the West Coast.
I'm flaming jets, aiming at maniac.
All the damn music in there, but goddamn, I find another. Oh Lord. I
was
still ain't watched that All Eyes on Me.
more shocked than anything, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't more shocked of him dying. I was more shocked of him. Pocket's a strong dude, Joe. I know Duke, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's real strong. So when they was like he got shot, I was just more like, again? You know what I'm saying? He always getting shot or shot at. He gonna pull through this one again, make a few records about it, and it's gonna be over, you know what I'm saying? But when he died, I was just like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? It kind of took me by. You know, even though we was going through our drama, I would never wish death on nobody, you know what I'm saying? Because ain't no coming back from that.
Y'all think he mean that shit though? I hope he mean that shit. If he did, we'll give him a hell yeah.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
We'll give him a hell yeah for that. I hope he meant that shit. It's hard.
Tupac versus Biggie, the greatest hip-hop beef of all time. Two friends that became mortal enemies on their way to the top. in a deadly coastal war between the East Coast and the West Coast. Bad Boy Entertainment versus Death Row Records. A feud that took place in the mid-90s and changed the rap game forever, with the deaths of both of these icons in 96 and 97. These young men had a bright future ahead of them, but their lives were cut short, and we unfortunately never got to witness the full extent of their greatness, because they were both in their mid-20s when they passed, and they're still regarded as two of the greatest rappers to ever do it. Before these two met, Tupac was already a star, and Biggie was looking up to him. He himself was on the rise, trying to blow up.
Now, for all the people, all the goddamn Biggie fans said Tupac, Biggie's better than Tupac. Nigga, that nigga knew. He looked up to Pop. We doing fact check.
In the rap game in order to get on Pac's level. Cause after Pac left the group Digital Underground in the early 90s to go solo, his career as an actor and rapper took off. He dropped the album Tupacalypse Now in 1991 and was working on a sophomore album strictly from our NIGGAZ, which would come out on February 16th, 1993. He had also just starred in the movie Juice, which came out in January 92. And between April and July that same year, he had already filmed the next cult classic called Poetic Justice with Janet Jackson. Everyone knew that Pac had a bright future ahead of him, and that he was on his path to superstardom. He was planning to appear in more movies and go platinum with his next album.
We going platinum, nigga. We going platinum.
Biggie, on the other hand, wasn't known outside of Brooklyn back in '92. He wanted to quit selling drugs and do music instead, cause he began rapping in his early teens and had been battling people in Brooklyn ever since he dropped out of high school at the age of 17.
I gotta keep doing that.
His friends knew that he was destined for greatness.
I don't know this shit
He
copyright.
couldn't continue living the life of a drug dealer and hustler. People in his circle were getting locked up left and right. But back then it was hard to make it as a rapper. You couldn't just go viral like these days on the internet and become a star overnight. You needed the right connections and tons of luck to get discovered. Being talented wasn't enough.
Shout out hip-hop.
After dropping out of school, he became more involved in crime. In 1989, he was arrested on weapons charges in Brooklyn and sentenced to 5 years probation. In 1990, he was arrested on a violation of his probation. And a year later, he was arrested in North Carolina for dealing crack cocaine, for which he had to spend 9 months in jail before making bail. After his release, he finally made a demo tape, Microphone Murderer, while calling himself Biggie Smalls. It was produced by DJ 50 Grand. The local DJ Mr. C of Big Daddy Kane and Juice Crew Association discovered and promoted it, and thus it was heard by the Source magazine's editor in 1992. In March that year, he was featured in The Source in the Unsigned Type section, which was dedicated to airing promising rappers. The demo then made its way to Sean Puffy Combs, who at the time was an A&R executive of Uptown Records. After hearing the tape, Puffy wanted to arrange a meeting with Biggie, hoping that it's someone with sex appeal like LL Cool J, who was a ladies' man and player. But Biggie was far from a player at that time. He got signed to Uptown Records regardless on July 14th, 1992. Puffy then put him on one of the songs on Heavy D's album, Blue Funk. Biggie also appeared on Supercat's Dolly My Baby, and afterwards started recording his own records like Party and Bullish, for example, which ended up becoming his debut single. His flow and delivery, on top of his impeccable pen game, really made him stand out from the rest of the MCs. Those who witnessed him perform before the fame knew that he had a bright future ahead of him. But Uptown Records wasn't able to give him the promotion, attention and resources he needed to blow up as a rapper. Puffy was just an A&R executive and the label had way too many artists to focus on Biggie. So Big and Puff needed a new strategy, a new plan, which ended up being a new record label, which Puffy would launch a year later with Biggie being the main priority, the main artist of the company. Until then, Biggie would try to get his name out there by performing on events and shows, meeting rappers, DJs, producers and respected people in the industry. One of the biggest names in hip-hop back then was Tupac.
Still is, motherfucker. What you talking about?
Biggie first met him in late '92, before Pac made the songs "I Get Around" and "Keep Your Head Up," which would go gold a year later in '93, along with his upcoming sophomore album. Puffy had rented Biggie and his homies Stan Smalls and Groovy Lou convertible cars for their trip to LA. Big desperately wanted to meet Pac. He was a huge fan of him and knew that he was living somewhere in California. His homie Dan Smalls knew a drug dealer in LA who was also cool with Pac, who was willing to give him Pac's number. Big then went ahead and gave him a call to see if they can somehow meet up. Pac came to Biggie's hotel and they hung out together in the parking lot, sitting in Biggie's rented convertible, bumping music. Big played him a song he was working on at the time, Party and Bullish, which was produced by Easy Mo Bee, who will play a huge role later on. Pac was one of the first people to hear it, cause the song hadn't come out yet.
Why did he do
Pac really loved it and couldn't stop bumping it. And Big was flattered, couldn't believe that Pac liked one of his songs, one of the first ones he ever recorded. When Big then gave Dan Smalls a look like he wanted him to confirm that they have nothing planned, that they're free to do whatever Pac wants to do. Dan knew that it would be a smart move to just cancel their entire schedule, to not miss out on the opportunity to spend time with Pac. And Pac was like, let's go to my house. So Pac, Big, Greg Nice, Dan Smalls and Big stylist Groovy Lou all went to Pac's house to hang out together, the same day they met. Once they had arrived, Pac shared with them a big freezer bag of weed. He got them all high and then they started a cypher, freestyling back and forth. According to Biggie's former stylist Groovy Lou, they freestyled together for at least an hour. And it was...
Hold on to your hats, folks.
They don't never tell us like this shit, Chad. You got like that man, baby.
The new Untold 2026 has been in the gym, and it's on sale. Black Friday special.
Was the most incredible freestyle he'd ever seen.
My bad,
you know, Tupac would freestyle for 5 minutes, then Big would come right back for 5 minutes, and Pac would be, you know, hyping Biggie up the entire time. And they would just be having the time of their lives. And there was so much of a respect factor between the two. After the freestyle session, Pac went into his room and pulled out his green army bag filled with hand and machine guns.
Damn,
they played around with the guns in Pac's backyard, running around pretending to shoot each other. Pac then walked in the kitchen and cooked some steaks for them. He also had fries, bread and Kool-Aid. Big and the rest of them were drinking and smoking. Pac all of a sudden came back to the living room and said, "Yo, come get it." They ate together and continued having fun. This is where Pac and Big's friendship started. I always thought it to be like a Gemini thing. We just clicked off the top and we're cool ever since.
Damn, ain't no wonder
he said in the September '96 issue of the Vibe magazine. Pac then introduced him to all his homies, including Big Stretch and Majesty from the Life Squad, who initially didn't like him because he was using the same name as one of their homies, a New York graffiti artist called Big Trick, who everyone called Biggie Smalls. He would always hang out with Pac.
So we got Mississippi dude. And we got, what your name was? Damn, we gotta go back, chat. Hold on. We ain't gonna walk back because we gotta look that motherfucker up. Hold on, we gotta go back. What your name was?
Big and the rest of them were drinking and smoking. Pac all of a sudden came back to the living room and said, "Yo, come get it." They ate together and continued having fun. This is where Pac and Big's friendship started. I always thought it to be like a Gemini thing. We just clicked off the top and we're cool ever since. Biggie said in the September '96 issue of the Vibe magazine. Pac then introduced him to all his homies, including Big Stretch and Majesty from the Life Squad, who initially didn't like him because he was using the same name as one of their homies, a New York graffiti artist called Big Trick, who everyone called Biggie Smalls. He would always hang out with Pac and was part of the Thug Life movement. It's the same Biggie Smalls that Tupac and Stretch dedicated a song called God Bless the Dead to after he passed away.
Damn. Why we don't? I gotta do a short on that shit. Damn. So So it's not Mississippi dude. That's what I'm getting from. So it's two motherfuckers. So we gotta find the graffiti dude, Biggie Small. So he took that nigga name. He took one nigga name.
Rest in peace to my motherfucker, Biggie Smalls.
Stretch and Biggie became great friends after starting off on the wrong foot.
Okay.
Pac ironed things out and allowed Biggie to join the family. They rapped and freestyled together every time they hung out. And Pac was really impressed by Biggie's rapping skills. He wanted him to be successful, as a rapper under his wing, as one of his soldiers. He knew that Biggie had potential. The two even started traveling together. Pac paid for Biggie's trips all around the US. When Big came to LA, he slept on Pac's couch. And every time Pac came to New York, they would meet up and throw dice with the guys from Biggie's neighborhood. Pac bought him his first Rolex watch and even became his wingman when they tried to meet women at clubs and shows. Because Pac was very popular with girls, especially after appearing in the movies Juice and Poetic Justice, and after dropping the hit single I Get Around, in which he boasts about his sexual conquests.
Check it out. I get around. What you mean you don't know?
Oh, we gotta skip it. Yeah, no, copyright.
Get around. You hitting us? How that sound?
He wasn't a ladies' man back then. The player image came after his success, and Pac was happy for him every time Biggie made progress career-wise. Like for example when they played the music video to the Bad Boy remix of Supercat's Dolly My Baby on TV in early '93, the version with Biggie and Puffy on it. Pac, Stretch and Majesty saw it the first time it aired on TV, and got
You have it listen, you type it in, and then you go dig.
got excited. Started yelling and screaming with joy when they saw Biggie's face on the TV, cause it marked his official recording debut and it was also the first music video he was in.
I love it when you call me Big Papa, the showstopper, the dropper.
They had gotten real close by this time. Pac was already working on his third album, which was supposed to be called Thugster, while Big was still struggling to get his foot in the music business. He was really fed up with Puffy at the time. Damn. Cause he wasn't really making much progress career-wise. His girlfriend Jan Jackson was also pregnant with his daughter Tiana at the time. And Biggie needed the money desperately. He was tired of waiting for Puff to finally launch his new label. Told Pac that it's probably the best for him to go back to selling drugs, cause this rap thing wasn't working out for him. Pac might have been the reason why Big changed his mind and didn't quit rapping. Cause he motivated him to hang in there, telling him that he's talented enough to become a star. And he also promised him that he'll take him on tours and shows, so that he can not only make a little bit of money until his deal with Puffy works out, but he could also use this opportunity to promote himself nationwide. Cause Pac was performing in multiple states, while Big was only known in New York. So he was able to make a name for himself outside of New York and make a little bit of money on the side, while Pac was covering all the costs for him, including hotel and transportation fees. Not only for him, but also for his homies. And Pac would share the money he earned from those shows. He was the only one that was truly looking out for him. Puffy's support wasn't good enough to keep Biggie off the streets, at least prior to them launching their label, which was gonna be called Bad Boy Records.
Yes, it's Bad Boy, on to the core. Nah, they can't take it no more.
The day Tupac came, it was crazy out here, man. I mean, it lit my hood up. That was our first time like really seeing somebody that we actually liked and respected, actually come to a real neighborhood. Chopped it up, kicked it with us, smoked the blunt with us, and took all of us to the show with him. He had a show at the Ritz that night. He came up here to pick up Big, and he came out here and showed love to everybody, man. And he showed his love to Big.
Pac wanted to help him until he started selling units. They performed together on numerous shows and concerts. He let Biggie rap some of the songs he was working on, when nobody even knew who Biggie was. They used to book Pac for all these shows all around the US and wanted him to perform a couple of his hits. Pac would step back and let Biggie rap, to put him on and to help him grow a following. He also did the same thing for Stretch. Stretch, Biggie and Pac became a trio.
So they don't want to tell y'all about these relationships.
Opened up his shows.
Him and Biggie had.
Now imagine, Pac had more fans in New York, in Brooklyn, in Biggie's own neighborhood than Biggie himself. Cause he was a movie star with multiple hits. And a guy like that was willing to give a spotlight to Biggie. He had a large following and always wanted to put on his people. At the time, he would perform with his group Thug Life. Pac was the complete opposite of selfish. He wanted his people to be successful as well. He would bring absolute nobodies on stage to come perform with him. He would give his homies pocket money and pay their bills. Like from his best friend at the time, Big Stretch, for example. He would babysit Stretch's daughter and treat everybody like family. And he gave Biggie the same treatment. When the two got close, Pac treated him like a little brother. Instead of promoting his own music while he was on stage, he would share his stage time with other artists like Biggie, for example. And he himself wasn't a platinum artist yet. It wasn't like he was rich and super popular and could afford to miss out on promo. He himself at the time considered himself underground. But even then, he tried to kickstart Biggie's career, like you would expect an older brother to do for a sibling. A good example for this was the event in Maryland at the Bowie State University. Pac let Big Stretch and Majesty from the Live Squad open up the show. Afterwards, it was Biggie's turn. And he performed Party and Bullish. Biggie even yelled Thug Life. Pac then jumped Biggie on stage during the part of the song Party and Bullish where the fight breaks out. They pretended to fight on stage, and then Biggie continued rapping. Pac performed some of his unreleased music that night, songs that were supposed to appear on the album Thug Style, which unfortunately never came out. After the performance, there was a fight outside the venue involving Tupac and his clique. They were inside their van and ready to drive back to their hotel, but they were getting blocked and ambushed by a group of people throwing bottles at their van. Pac and his people got out and chased them, beat up two of them, and then when the attackers came back, Pac went back to the van to get his pistol. He started shooting in the air, yelling, "Thug life, mother effer," saving Biggie and his crew since they were outnumbered and surrounded. The attackers then ran away and Pac drove off before the cops came. On April 4th, 1993, Biggie and Pac performed together at the Glam Slam nightclub in downtown LA. Notice how Puffy was already wearing Bad Boy merchandise months before launching the label. Puffy had been planning this since 1992. Biggie and Pac also did an interview with Drake Watch TV together that same day at the Royalton Hotel, where they also did that iconic freestyle.
I'm scared to do some freestyle.
So I never seen this freestyle.
I might go off tempo. Money and clothes, blood smoke coming out the nose. It's all the nose, flipping on foes, putting tags on toes.
On April 20th, the Who's the Man movie soundtrack came out and peaked at number 32 on the Billboard 200 chart. The first song on the album was Biggie's Party and Bullish, so he was the first guy they heard when they played the album. That helped Biggie to slowly grow a following, especially when it got released as a single 2 months later. On May 3rd, 1993, Big and Pac freestyled together live on stage at Trafalgar Square in New York. It was in Southside Jamaica, Queens. So as you can see, in 93, the two were always performing together. That all started to change in 94 once Biggie started to grow as an artist. Biggie's debut single Party and Bullish then came out on June 29th. On July 23rd, Big and Pac attended the release party for the movie Poetic Justice, starring Tupac and Janet Jackson. The two later performed at the Palladium in New York. Redman and Nas were there too. Shortly after that, Pac, Biggie and Puffy shared a stage with Snoop Dogg, Warren G, Daz, Corrupt, Nate Dogg and the DOC, who were all Death Row affiliates at the time. In 93, there were plans of Tupac signing to Death Row. More on this in my documentary for the Dre and Pac beef. Death Row was reaching out to him and they wanted to sign the group Thug Life to the label, which unfortunately never happened. But Biggie got to meet all the giants in the industry before even having an album out. Partly thanks to Pac for taking him on shows. In mid-August, Uptown Records fired Puffy, and then a week later he launched his own record label Bad Boy Entertainment. Then on August 19th, 1993, Biggie got signed to Puffy's new label, and they started working on his debut album Ready to Die. Before the release in 94, Biggie was concerned with how well the album would perform. Puffy's new record label hadn't proven itself yet. So Biggie asked Pac to replace Puffy as his manager. He wasn't trusting him.
Why did you do that?
Puffy wanted to be on all his records and the ad-libs, and wanted to tell him which beats he should rap on, and what type of songs he should make. Biggie initially had a hard time making music for the masses. He just wanted to be himself and make records for his people. But that wouldn't have sold any units, so he and Puffy were arguing a bit. And Biggie asked Pac to be his manager instead. But Pac convinced him that Puff knew what he was doing, saying, "He will make you a star." Puff Daddy wanted Biggie to be the next Heavy D, an overweight rapper making funky dance and club songs, but more street and more lyrical. Heavy D was a platinum rapper with multiple club hits. Puffy tried to mold Biggie and turn him into a sex symbol. Even with him being overweight, he wanted him to make dance and pop music, which Biggie didn't want at all. He hated songs like Juicy and Big Papa. Wanted to make hardcore lyrical street rap instead. But both Puffy and Pac convinced him to give it a try, and to add songs that will sell the album. In '93, Biggie was closer to Pac than to Puff, but that changed over time. Biggie started to trust Puffy more and more, and Puff was always in his ear. Big also listened to Pac's advice and changed his style a bit, or at least tried to add more variety. Went from the hard and aggressive party and bullish to smooth and less forceful songs like Big Papa, One More Chance and Juicy. Pac taught him things he learned about the industry, how to market yourself and have a successful career, what to do to sell records, to not just fill your albums with hardcore and super lyrical joints, songs that only hardcore hip-hop fans will appreciate, but to also add club hits, songs for the ladies, and tracks that get played on the radio to reach a wider audience. Told them that in order to be successful and popular, you need to make records for the ladies and not just for the men. Since according to Pac, women buy more records and men just want what the women want. Meaning if the ladies love you and your music, then the men, especially the boyfriends, will try to be like you in order to be more like their girlfriend's celebrity crush. And they will of course buy your albums too. They'll consume your music as a couple. That was Pac's strategy back then. Biggie respected him and really appreciated all the help and support he offered. Pac was something like a mentor to him. He got tons of advice which helped to shape him as an artist. Tupac was generous with his rap experience, and whenever Biggie and other up-and-coming rappers gathered at recording studios, he gave them advice on how to make a name for themselves. Biggie and other young rappers assembled in recording studios or hotel rooms to hear Tupac lecture about how to become successful. Pac could get up and get to teaching. Biggie from Tupac's group Outlaws said, "Everyone was transfixed on this dynamic individual and soaking up all the information we could soak up." Pac devoted special attention to Biggie, grooming him and treating him like family. Biggie even told him that he'd like to be a part of Thug Life. One of the biggest highlights in Biggie's career prior to his success was his performance at the Budweiser Superfest at Madison Square Garden on October 24th, 1993. He broke bread with some of the giants in the industry and showed off his skills on stage, freestyling with Pac, Big Daddy Kane, Scoop Lover, and Shaheem.
They gotta be all
Biggie was still unknown at this point, but still managed to get the crowd hyped. Both Pac and Big gave us an incredible performance. Their energy on stage was truly unmatched. It was one of the greatest freestyles in history.
Where Brooklyn at? Where Brooklyn at? I thank the Lord for my baby.
Hold on, Jay, I got it. No copyright.
Behind the scenes, Tupac also talked to the producer Easy Mo B, who Pac knew worked on Biggie's upcoming album Ready to Die. According to Big, he was the one who introduced these two to each other. Biggie apparently always felt like Pac's production was whack. He got to hear earlier versions of his third album and complained about his beat selection. Thought that Pac's production was holding him back. That's why he tried to work with different producers. Pac asked Easy Mo B for beats that day, and the two later started working together. Around the same time,
that's like you working for your, like you at your job and shit. You know, your job's online. You do anything but fuck your supervisor shit, you can get fired in anything. You know you got bills and shit to pay. It's the same way in the industry, bro. That's how Diddy was. He controlled the motherfuckers' careers, bro. You know, motherfuckers don't want to go back goddamn po. You know what I'm saying? So they just had to bow down to that shit. That shit crazy. But me solely, I went, fuck it. I had to lose my job. Fuck this
They
shit.
also started filming the movie Above the Rim, in which Tupac played the iconic character Birdie. The filming of the movie took place in New York from October to November '93, and Biggie occasionally paid him a visit at the movie set. Like I explained in my Dre and Pac beef documentary, Tupac decided to scrap his third album called Thug Style. He had just finished recording it but decided to scrap it and start from scratch due to the people from Death Row getting copies of it prior to its release. Cause they used some of the ideas on Thug Style for Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style, which was just about to come out. And Biggie would also start to take ideas from him from that point on. Cause Puffy wanted him to compete with Snoop and Dr. Dre on the West Coast. And Pac had to reinvent himself once again like on every album. Cause he didn't want to sound like anyone else, even though they were the ones biting him.
Yeah.
So he decided to put more focus on his brand Thug Life by pushing his group. Started working on the first volume of the Thug Life series. The turning point was in November '93 when Tupac started hanging out with a man named Haitian Jack. I covered their relationship in detail in my video The Reason Why Tupac Got Shot 5 Times. Make sure to check it out.
I thought we seen
The
that
two met on November 6th at the Scores nightclub in Manhattan, New York, where they watched the Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield boxing match. Pac came and hung out with him in the VIP room of Scores. Jack got him a bottle of Remy Martin and some Cuban cigars. Pac fell in love with his lifestyle and said, "Wow man, this is the life." To which Jack responded, "This is the life I live, but I don't bring attention to myself. I do what I do with my friends and that's it." He told Pac that they don't like people who shoot cops, addressing the incident of Pac shooting 2 off-duty police officers a week prior on October 31st, 1993. The best thing for you to do is to stay in the studio. Stay focused, do your music, and come check me when you're free. Jack told him that he should reach out to him every time he's in New York, and Pac said he'll do that. The two became close friends after that. Jack introduced him to some of the toughest Jamaican and Haitian dudes in Brooklyn, including the record executive Jimmy Henchman, who will play a huge role later on. Pac learned a lot from them. Meeting them changed him as a person. The boxer Mike Tyson was telling Pac that he was out of his league hanging with Haitian Jack, but Pac wouldn't listen. At the time, Jack had 1 foot in the music industry and 1 foot in the streets, hanging with his right-hand man Ricky Lee. Pac used to dress in baggies and sneakers. Haitian Jack and Ricky Lee took him shopping and quote-unquote made him more mature by introducing him to all the gangsters in Brooklyn. This is the style that Biggie later supposedly copied from Pac, but Pac got that style from Haitian Jack. Pac told Jack that he because it helped him with the movie character he was working on. The Above the Rim character Birdie was a New York gangster just like Haitian Jack. He wooed people through his flash and charisma. Pac got his swagger from Jack. The way he handles himself, how everybody's always around him. That people gravitate to a gangster. According to Haitian Jack, Pac was studying him to learn how a real gangster acts and behaves, so that Pac can improve his performance as a New York gangster in the movie. Jack even paid him a visit at the movie set of Above the Rim, where he gifted him a Rolex watch, and they went out and bought some jewelry together at the Diamond District on 47th Street at a place called Tito.
What you can't hear it? Oh. Which one you can't hear, Johnny? Hold on. I got it turned up though. You can't hear me, or you can't hear the documentary. Can y'all hear? Let me know if y'all can hear. Let me see. I'm gonna double check. I got it turned up though. I don't know. It's in my. Oh, I got headphones. Let me see, chat. If I can find it, motherfucker. We hear you good, Johnny. Not well.
At A-bar 5950.
I'm good on my end. I can hear.
We hear you good.
They say him.
Johnny not well.
Johnny, what going on?
At Bill Cosby 3264. Said. I'm good on my end. At Mark I5D5B.
Okay.
Said.
I know I wasn't tripping.
I can hear.
Johnny, I want to fix for Johnny, cause I want Johnny here too, man. You know, I care about everybody, bro. Johnny, you ain't got your phone?
Taylor MRS
What, you on the phone?
Said.
Let me know.
Was jewelry.
I can hear.
Pac was mesmerized by flash and jewelry, so he wanted to get himself some of the same. Jack then took Pac to a club called Nels, where he met a 19-year-old woman called Ayanna Jackson, who would later accuse him of assaults. Jack said, "This girl wants to do more than just
that's the
meet
girl
you."
he was talking about.
They danced and kissed together on the dance floor, and she supposedly pulled down his
She was
pants,
in the movie too?
touched his private parts, and got intimate with him in front of everybody. The two then left the club, and Haitian Jack drove them to the Parker Meridian Hotel where they had intercourse. It was a $750 a night, 38-floor hotel suite with 2 bedrooms, one for Pac and one for Haitian Jack. The next day, she gave Pac her number, and the two continued to meet up a couple of times to have intercourse. November 18th was the day that changed everything. Pac had a show in New Jersey at Club 88, and they also went to the Above the Rim movie shoot. Afterwards, he went shopping with Jack, and on their way back to the hotel, he asked Pac, "Why don't you give her a call?" So Pac, Haitian Jack, a guy named Trevor, Pac's manager Charles Fuller, and Biggie were now waiting in the hotel room for Ayanna Jackson to arrive. As soon as she arrived, Biggie supposedly left,
I never know what she
and
looked like.
the whole incident with the assault happened. If you want more
I gotta watch
info
that
on
All
this
Eyes on Me.
incident,
If y'all
check
want me to
out
watch
the video
All Eyes on Me, I
previously
never watched
mentioned
it.
about the quad studio shooting.
Let me know.
I will
We'll
only
watch that
mention
together.
a couple of
But that
points
might be
for
on Twitch
context.
though. It can't be on
Pac and Ayanna
YouTube.
Jackson were in the bedroom alone when the other men entered and
I
proceeded
never
to
watched the
assault
All
him.
Eyes on Me.
Tupac then left the room after feeling weirded out by the group setting. He talked with his publicist in a different room, felt groggy, and then went to sleep, as he had a long day behind him. He awoke to Ayanna Jackson yelling at him for more or less allowing them to assault her. She then went downstairs and informed the security about what happened, saying that Pac assaulted her. Tupac, Jack, and Charles Fuller were arrested. Trevor somehow got away. The 3 were accused of committing that crime, but Haitian Jack and Charles Fuller got off lightly, while Pac became the main target, which of course infuriated him to the point that he publicly spoke on it. He asked interviewers how all those people got away even though they were the ones that committed the crime while he was asleep.
That's alright.
What's also important for our story is that Biggie left his illegal guns at Tupac's hotel suite, and then left as soon as Ayanna Jackson came in, which seems kinda odd at first, but he himself tried to stay away from Haitian Jack. Because Biggie knew that he was a serious street cat that basically poisoned everything he touched.
Did an interview with
But from the outside, it seemed like Biggie was always involved when Tupac got into trouble, and somehow managed to get away every time, as if he knew something was about to happen. The assault wasn't the only charge Pac faced. Biggie unintentionally made his upcoming fight for freedom more difficult, as Pac was charged with weapons possession that same night, even though those were Biggie, Jack, and Trevor's guns. 4 guns with the serial number scratched out were found in Tupac's hotel room. Pac obviously didn't want to snitch on Biggie, as it would not only ruin his career, but it was also against everything Pac stood for at the time. So he was forced to take that one to the chin and shut up about it. He spent much of '94 proclaiming his innocence. The fact that Biggie left exactly when Ayanna Jackson came in, that he was partly responsible for one of the charges Pac faced, and that he was also in the same building when Pac got shot a year later, gave Pac enough reason to think that Biggie might be hiding something, and that he's not completely innocent, cause it was coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. And Pac later came to the conclusion that it was all done on purpose. All these weird coincidences would accumulate until Pac finally had enough. And those wouldn't be the only things he disliked about Biggie. Pac's grudge and frustrations with him grew over time, but the incident at the hotel was the beginning of it. Even if he was somehow able to shake off the abuse charges, the firearms in the hotel room were enough to get him locked up. They confiscated the guns, and Pac was forced to fight for his freedom for the next year. In '94, he worked on a new version of his 3rd studio album, which he later called Me Against the World, while also working on the group album after the conversation. How did meth...
The Chevy Silverado 2500 HD and available advanced towing.
make the album, but...
Hold on, what that shit is that? No, it's before this, man. Oh shit, y'all fucked up.
And another one called Out on Bail, which never... was Freedom for the next year. In 94, he worked on a new version of...
I know what I was gonna say. So they had everybody think Pac was mad about the damn shooting, bro. At the hotel. I mean, he was mad about this shit too, but he was mad. He had to take the gun charge and shit too. For Biggie and shit. That shit, these niggas got me. They got my boy messed up, bro. My boy, they just, when you be gentle, like you a gentle person, bro, people just show you the snake side of there.
Of his third studio album, which he later called Me Against the World,
I think all of
while
them
also working on the group album Thug Life, and starring in the movie Bullet. Biggie, on the other hand, was focused on his debut album Ready to Die. Both did their separate things. They weren't really part of the same clique anymore.
I ain't never seen this movie.
Pac had little to no involvement in Biggie's upcoming album, and Biggie had no involvement in any of the albums Pac and Thug Life were working on, aside from 2 songs which I will touch on later. Pac asked him if he still wanted to be part of the Thug Life movement, now that they're actually putting out an album together. And Biggie, I don't want to say rejected the offer, but he made clear that he had his hands full with his own album, and all the things Puffy wanted him to do. Puff was kinda trying to pull Biggie away from him, so that they can focus on their own brand, and build up Bad Boy together to the point that they can outgrow everyone in the game, including Tupac. Puffy would become his new mentor, and Pac was now less of a teacher to him, but more of a rival in the rap game. Friendly competition. Someone who's not part of the Bad Boy movement.
That shit don't never
end. In March that year, both Tupac and Biggie once again performed together on stage at the New Regal Theater in Chicago. Biggie had his clique Junior Mafia with him, and Pac came with Thug Life. This might have actually been their last stage performance together, cause in 94, Biggie and Pac had their own tours and shows, and started to focus on their brands and movements. Biggie stopped rapping the Thug Life movement at a time when Pac was trying to put together the self-titled group album. They worked on it until May 94. Around that time, Biggie gave Pac the demo for his upcoming album. It had the song Juicy on it, and Pac loved it. He used to play it all day and also made his friends and family listen to it. He was really looking forward to hearing the final version of the album, which Biggie was planning to finish in the next couple of months. On August 4th, Biggie got married to the R&B singer Faith Evans, whom he had met 8 days prior at a Bad Boy photo shoot. She will play a huge role in the story later on. 5 days later, on August 9th, Biggie dropped the single Juicy, which is widely regarded as one of the greatest hip-hop songs of all time.
It
was also a commercial success. You can hear a change in style, and Pac was fine with it at first, because he was the one who had advised him to do so, that he should do more smooth and laid-back songs for the radio in order to sell the album. Biggie hated the song, but it actually became one of his biggest hits. That summer, he started performing songs from his upcoming album Ready to Die, and he grew a large following. His album was almost done. 6 of the songs were produced by Easy Mo B. No other producer produced that many songs for the album. And Biggie heard that Mo B was working with Pac too.
Yeah.
He actually wanted that sound for himself. Get Mo B to produce as many records as possible. So he got curious and wanted to know if he gave Pac better beats than him. And indeed, Mo B gave Pac the beat for Temptations, which Biggie loved.
Ooh, I love Temptations.
It was a record similar to Big Papa. He was disappointed and mad that he gave Pac those beats, because he immediately knew that it would become a hit. And he wanted to be the hottest rapper in 94.
I got it on my shorts, y'all.
Biggie always felt like Pac's beats were whack. And now, for Me Against the World, his friend Pac finally gets some great production, and Biggie complains, saying that Mo B should have given those beats to him. Biggie approached Mo B and said, "Yo man, you know you were supposed to give me them joints." Mo B then responded, "What you talking about? I heard the joints you did with Pac." "You heard them?" "Yeah man, them joints is fire. You should have gave them to me." Mo B took it as him joking around, but he probably did want those beats for himself. He probably regretted introducing those two to each other. Biggie was kinda disappointed in Mo B, as they had been tied since the beginning of his career. Ever since he produced Big's first single Party and Bullish in 92. Mo B had become one of the main producers for Bad Boy Records. He had played a huge role for the first 2 albums released on the label. The biggest song they made at the time was Flavor in Your Ear, from his label mate Craig Mack, who Big was kinda competing with at the time. and Moby was the producer of that record.
So you competed with Craig?
It went platinum in just a couple of months and became one of the biggest records of '94. Big was already kinda jealous that Moby gave Craig Mack that beat.
Damn,
and
Big.
now he's giving all these bangers to Pac, even though he and Moby had been cool from day one. He knew him way before Moby met Pac and Craig Mack, and Big was holding him in such a high regard. He was one of his favorite producers, but he felt like none of the Moby beats on his album could compete with the ones he gave Pac and Craig Mack, especially Temptations and Flavor in Your Ear, cause he would later convince Puffy to let him get on the remix of Craig Mack's song, and he didn't even like him. That's why he dissed him on the remix, on his own song.
Disappear, vamoose, you whack to me. Take them rhymes back to the factory.
Gonna diss him on his own song?
His relationship wasn't the same after that. They didn't collaborate as much as they used to. On his second album, which he would drop 2.5 years later, Moby only produced 2 songs out of 25, when on the previous album he had produced the highest amount of tracks. As a friend, he should have been happy that Pac finally gets some great production. He finally gets a beat you like and you don't want to give him that. There was definitely competition between the two. They wanted to put out the better album. Ready to Die versus Me Against the World. Moby also gave Pac the beats for If I Die Tonight, which became the second track on Me Against the World, Straight Ballin' for the Thug Life album, My Block for the Show soundtrack, and another one called Out on Bail, which never got officially released. He would also get the beat for Running from the Police. Biggie was mad that Pac got all those beats, cause Pac had never worked with Moby before. He only knew him because of Biggie, and Biggie wanted that sound for himself. Biggie and Pac talked about it and agreed to do the song Running from the Police together, cause originally Biggie wasn't supposed to be on it. The song was supposed to land on either the Thug Life group album or on Me Against the World. It was recorded on August 12, 1994 at the Unique Recording Studios in Times Square, New York. Moby was scheduled to put the song together with Pac and his clique. He didn't expect to see Biggie and Junior Mafia walk in and jump on the track. At the time, Pac had kinda accepted the fact that Biggie is no longer part of the Thug Life movement. Biggie was no longer one of his soldiers. He had ranked up to a general and had his own team. But upon Biggie's request, they wanted to make a last-minute addition so that Biggie gets credited as an honorable member of Thug Life, which unfortunately never happened, as the song never made it onto a Tupac album. Pac was also unhappy with his verse, probably because Biggie outshined.
I never heard it. I gotta hear that shit. Damn, I wanna do it live right now. Ooh, is it copyright? I didn't know if it's copyrighted. Is it underground or is it an official song? Damn, man, YouTube so lame, bro. You gonna let you listen to shit, bro. You know we'll play this shit right now.
Everybody on the track.
I gotta hear that shit.
With his raw delivery, energy, and outstanding flow.
Running from the police.
So he redid his verse, and that's why there are 2 Tupac verses for this one song.
I gotta hear that one.
They also recorded the track House of Pain together, which featured Big Stretch, and it was supposed to be on Biggie's album Ready to Die, but it later got scrapped. DJ Eddie F also invited both Pac and Big to jump on the track Let's Get It On, along with the rappers Heavy D, Spunk Bigger, and Grand Puba. It landed on the same title album, which came out in October '94. Aside from the House of Pain recording
together, the original version, not the Eminem version, LOL.
I didn't even know Eminem did a version. Like, all this shit I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 90s baby, so I was a baby at this time. Like 92, I was born in 91. So I didn't even know all this shit. I only knew what the media told us. They had the West Coast, East Coast beef, shooting at each other and all that. All that shit they fed us when we was growing up. But I always been a Tupac fan though. I really didn't get too deep into Biggie. Cause the only song I heard from Biggie was like Juicy and Party and Bullshit.
Biggie and Puffy never invited Tupac to come
really know what's going on, like the real background.
Though Pac had helped to shape and promote him. There is a rumor that Puffy didn't want Pac to be part of the album because of the Ayanna Jackson assault case. And then there's another rumor which suggests that Puffy didn't want these two to get too close. They treated him like a stepping stone after all the things he did for them. Both Big and Pac had a project coming out that following month, September 94.
Which one we play one more time?
Ready to Die on September 13th, and Pac's Thug Life album on September 26th. Pac believed that his album would be more successful since Biggie is a newcomer.
We getting old
but
now.
Ready to Die ended up being more successful than all the albums he had released so far, including the Thug Life album. It peaked at number 15 on the Billboard 200, selling 57,000 units in the first week. The sales skyrocketed in the following months.
I wish I was grown
in the beginning, he was
doing
selling
this
more
time,
than the group he left behind.
Great ass music.
For Thug Life sold way less and only managed to peak at number 42. It took Ready to Die only 2 months to go gold.
I appreciate y'all.
While it took Thug Life 16
Appreciate
months.
my brother, man. Y'all
It
make sure y'all follow
performed
my
worse
brother,
than
bro.
Pac's second album.
Subscribe to
Ready
my
to
brother.
Die shifted attention back to the East
So I'm not on he own doing
Coast at a
the same
time
thing I
when
do.
West Coast hip hop dominated the charts.
All the artists that were out from New York at that time did not have what he
264
I don't like Flip.
said,
I got some.
we next, like they said in life, face with tears of joy.
I go the other way.
I fuck with that too. Yeah. I fuck with that bitch. What the fuck? I hate when they try on everything on your phone, everything. These motherfuckers little games.
To carry the city
I don't want to play this shit. I'm too grown to play
because
this shit.
it was
Fuck, I'm too
Dre,
grown to play this shit all day.
Snoop, and Tupac. That's what was cranking. And Biggie brought the music crown back over here.
Before the release of that album, Pac was always super excited and supportive. Every time he heard about Biggie reaching certain milestones, he was happy for him.
See, Pac was a
Like
real
for
friend. I
example,
don't know,
when he
man.
got an
Diddy
invitation to
fuck
Biggie's
Biggie
Ready
head
to
up,
Die
bro.
album release party in New York. Pac bought all his friends and family members plane tickets to not miss the event, telling them that they need to be there to show support. He was happy and proud like a supportive older brother that cheers on his sibling during a game show, sitting in the audience hoping that his little brother will win. His excitement turned into disappointment once he actually had a copy of the album in his hands. He was expecting Biggie to show love to him in the liner notes.
Damn.
At least one little shout out or mention. But it didn't happen. Almost as if Pac was never part of Biggie's road to success. He started to get mad at Biggie for using his ideas for the album without giving him credit. Cause he was fine with him taking his advices but expected at least a shout out. He thought Biggie was being ungrateful. He would only thank him when talking in private. But he wanted the whole world to know that he was there for him. Pac was always trying to merge West Coast and East Coast sound on his albums, to give people the best of both worlds.
Hell yeah.
He felt like his main selling point is that he's something like a bridge between East Coast and West Coast hip hop. One of the few artists in the game that can do both styles at the same time. And he felt like Biggie tried to do the same on Ready to Die. Not only that, but the overall theme of the album was supposedly copied from the first version of Me Against the World. The title of the album, Ready to Die, obviously suggests that it revolves around death. And Pac was one of the only rappers in the game who was obsessed with that topic. He talked about death in dozens of his songs, even before Me Against the World.
Hey, yo.
Oh, she copyright.
Are you afraid to die?
Oh, no, man, I got it.
God, I've been ready to die. I'm ready to die, and nobody can save me.
At Smov BTSS.
Even the ones on the final version of the Me Against the World
Diddy
album.
a bad man,
If I
LOL.
Die Tonight, So Many
At
Tears,
Paul
Death Around the
K101
Corner. And those
said,
are just the ones he kept on the album.
PAC's face looked like a pharaoh.
I think he is a pharaoh, bro. I think he was sitting on Earth. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. Y'all know we don't want to get too deep enough. We can get deep now, y'all. Want to get deep now. You know what I'm saying? We can go on one of them sessions. He said, shout out to Paul for joining the channel. I appreciate you. Yeah, did it. Boy, my boy, twin, that boy a bad man, bro.
Start changing it because
I would
of
never
Diddy.
support Diddy, bro.
The ones that didn't make the cut
I
are
would
either
never.
unreleased to this day or landed on his
I never
posthumous
liked
album
Diddy, bro.
Are You Still
Even when I
Down
was a kid,
Remember
bro, I
Me.
never liked Diddy.
He always talked about dying, getting killed, was prophesizing his own death.
Damn.
Saying things like "I'm ready to die" or "I see death around the corner."
All this shit made sense.
Like
I was like, when I got older, I started listening to Biggie shit. He was talking about dying and shit.
All of a sudden raps. Sometimes I hear death knocking at my front door.
He was jacking Tupac shit.
On the song "Everyday Struggle" on the Ready to Die album, I see death around the corner. I hear death knocking at my front door.
I see death around the corner. Gotta stay high while I survive. I don't wanna live no more. Sometimes I hear death knocking at my front door.
Pac noticed the similarities and was a bit
y'all
confused.
say this motherfucker don't be stealing.
Also, the part where he said "F the world" in the song "Ready to Die." After Pac played in the song "F the world" from his upcoming album "Me Against the World." Then in the song "Big Papa," they use the same sample from the Isley Brothers as on Pac's song "Time to Get My Drank On," which Pac wanted to put on his scrapped album Thug Style.
Goddamn fraud. Goddamn, this nigga big and fraud. But I see why Pac got mad, but he got me fucked. I don't want to hear nobody else say
one of the biggest hits
about
from Biggie's album came from Pac. And he couldn't even use the song since he scrapped the album after Dr. Dre from Death Row sabotaged him.
Bruh,
and used
my first time to like comparing both of their albums. I never heard Biggie album.
More on that in the Dr. Dre Beef documentary.
Big album.
Biggie and Puffy were doing the same thing as Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. So Pac obviously felt some type of way about it. Even the beat selection was similar. Because as mentioned earlier, Easy Mo B worked on both albums.
Later, but I'm just learning this
he
shit.
produced 6 songs for Biggie's album and 6 for Pac. But Pac made the wise decision to split them up, to make sure that the projects don't sound too similar, as every producer has his own distinct sound. According to Stretch's brother Majesty, Pac was also upset about Biggie using his "Baby Baby" ad-lib on Juicy.
It's all good, baby, baby. Ain't an MC coming close to thee. Notorious B.I.G., baby, baby.
He also spoke on this in the year 1996 when he was interviewed by Sway.
I was there, got trained. The nigga used to be under me like my lieutenant. I used to come to New York. I used to do shows and let the nigga come on before I did keep your head up and get around. Because nobody knew the nigga in New York. And I used to tell him, yo, if you want to make your money, you got to rap for the bitches. Do not rap for the bitches. I told him, don't rap for the bitches. Rap for the bitches. The bitches will buy your records and the bitches want what the bitches want. So all of a sudden, he changed from being listen to party and booze, listen to his style. He changed from that to Big Papa. Because of me. He had my album Me Against the World was the second one. He had the first one. I changed everything because Ready to Die came out and it sounded like my album. All my album was about, dealing with death. And then he came out Ready to Die and I had to switch it. That's why it was less East Coast rap, East Coast beats, because Biggie had just took my shit.
That's what you listened to it. That was a success too, because he took West Coast sound.
We flipped it. I told him that. I trained. He was supposed to be Thug Life. All while he was coming up, I used to let him come on stage with me. He was screaming Thug Life.
Hey, cause
he was like, I hate Brooklyn. I hate New York. I'm out with the biggest puppy cheating me. Woo, woo, woo. All of a sudden he blew up and he wasn't singing Thug Life.
We ain't gonna see that. We ain't gonna say that. Hold on now.
To make sure that
hold on now, twin. Hold on, Pop. Hold on, Pop. You ain't gonna slide that in there like we just didn't see that.
There must be someone.
Projects don't sound too similar.
Bitch, we ain't go that damn far.
I started getting mad, and I was seeing in this place. He was hugging me, yo, Pop. Yo, thank you, don't get a woo.
Then he addressed it again in the 96 from Death Row sabotaged him and used his ideas for the Doggy Style album.
Shows and let them come on before I did keep your head up and get around. Because nobody knew the in New York. And I used to tell him, yo, if you want to make your money, you got to rap for the bitches. Do not rap for the bitches. I told him, don't rap. Rap for the bitches. The bitches will buy your records and the bitches want what the bitches want. So all of a sudden he changed from being listen to party and booze, listen to his style. He changed from that to Big Papa. Because of me. He had my album Me Against the World was the second one. He had the first one. I changed everything because Ready to Die came out and it sounded like my album. All my album was about, dealing with death. And then he came out Ready to Die and I had to switch it. That's why it was less East Coast rap, East Coast beats, because Biggie had just took my shit.
That's what you could listen to it. That was a success too, because he took West Coast sound.
We flipped it. I told him that. I told him that I trained. He was supposed to be Thug Life. All while he was coming up, I used to let him come on stage with me. He was screaming Thug Life.
He was like, I hate Brooklyn.
Hold on, that's why I meant stop it right. Hold on, make sure you can fit so y'all can see. Okay, y'all can see that shit. He said, what he say? He was like, I hate Brooklyn, I hate New York, I'm down with them niggas. I am down with them niggas. Puffy cheated me. Is cheating me. Nigga, you know. You know, Puffy was cheating. Oh my God, you need this.
And I hate you, y'all know I'm out with this puppy cheating me. Ooh. All of a sudden he blew up and he wasn't saying thug life. So I started getting mad and I was seeing in this place he was hugging me, yo, Pop. Yo, thank you, yo. Woo.
Then he addressed it again in the 96 Vibe interview.
Study. Go back and study. Study how Party and Bullshit was me before I met Biggie. You don't hear my style in this rap. Study how after I met Biggie, Ready to Die come out, his whole style changed. Study.
Make sure the rolling and everything is in the full effect and brand Versace.
Pac was also mad at him for rapping about things that he himself bought for him when Biggie had nothing, since he was broke. Like for example his Rolex watch, his designer clothes, and he also started rapping about popping champagne. Something that The Roots, Raekwon the Chef, and Ghostface Killah made fun of later on. I spoke on this in my Biggie vs. Nas, Wu-Tang, and The Roots video.
They were beefing?
Like these happy-go-lucky when they get on, man. They want to pop a little champagne. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? Every time you see him.
Pac was mad because he was the one who always bought him champagne and Hennessy. But Biggie got all the credit for popularizing that lifestyle, even though he was technically rapping about the things that Pac introduced him to. Biggie supposedly never knew the taste of champagne before meeting Pac. He would even pay for Junior Mafia's transportation fees since Biggie was broke. So he wasn't the wealthy player he rapped about in his lyrics. At least not yet. But on the album he was rapping about his lavish lifestyle. Basically the life Tupac was living. Cause he was the player, not Biggie. According to Pac, he used to beg women to sleep with Biggie,
you start to see the similarities.
so that he doesn't come off as a loser who has to go home all alone after going to the club to meet some women with his homies, while everyone is returning to their hotel rooms accompanied by women.
Oh Lord.
He said Biggie was the least popular guy in the group when it came to women. So now the same guy is pretending to be a friend. Biggie was still his homie, so he didn't want to say all these things to his face. But that's what Pac had in the back of his head the whole time. He held a grudge against him without Biggie knowing,
I'd be mad too,
not
bro.
realizing that Biggie changed his style because of him. He wouldn't have made player songs if Pac hadn't encouraged him to do so. So it didn't really make sense for him to get mad at that, cause Biggie only did what Pac told him to do. But the part that Pac is right about is that he should have gotten his credit, and that's probably what upset Pac the most. Where is the goddamn credit?
Johnson.
Don't just say thank you in private, say it in public. The two are still cool with each other, but Pac started to lose a little bit of respect and love for him. But him not getting a thank you, a shout out or mention really rubbed him the wrong way. He also didn't like how Method Man is the only feature guest on the album. How did Meth make the album but the guy who opened doors for him didn't? The guy who inspired him the most. So Pac was obviously disappointed. He had zero involvement in the album, as if he never existed. Nothing that can be traced back to him. The inspiration part and him taking ideas is all debatable, at least in the public eye. He would have came off as a hater if you called him out on that. You take my ideas, my slangs, my styles, my ad-libs, my themes. You kickstart your career by using the wisdom I shared with you about how to make it in the game. I take you on tour, on all the shows, put some money in your pocket, pay all your fees, let you sleep on my couch, feed you, introduce you to women,
I'm glad he made
consider you part of the family. And I can't even get a thank you in your liner notes? Am I asking for too much? It's something that only takes 5 seconds. You even stopped shouting out Thug Life now that you're famous. As if we were only a stepping stone to you on your way to the top. That's how Pac felt. He had to bite his tongue. There was nothing Big and Pac had two completely different personalities. Cause Pac always gave props to the people who helped him or inspired him. And he always tried to work with people who were a big influence to him. Like Ice Cube, for example. On his second album he had a song called Last Words. He put Cube on there as he was one of his biggest inspirations. That was Pac's way of saying, yo, these are the people that got me into this game. and Pac thought Big would put him on his album in a similar way. But Big didn't tell him that they never intended to put the song House of Pain on there. Let's say the song wasn't good enough for the album. Why didn't Biggie and Puffy invite him to more studio sessions? With Pac's work ethic, they could have easily recorded a whole album worth of songs. I mean, no other rapper at the time was as close to the Bad Boy camp as Pac. Puffy supposedly tried to cause a rift between Biggie and Pac, so that Big can focus on Bad Boy. Cause as mentioned earlier, Biggie stopped rapping and promoting Thug Life. He used to yell Thug Life every time he performed on stage. Cause once Bad Boy took off, he stopped doing that. And he didn't want to be part of the whole movement anymore. Pac's biggest worry was that Junior Mafia would become bigger than Thug Life. Biggie told him that his next plan was to put out a Junior Mafia group album, similar to Tupac's Thug Life. So he was kinda using Pac's blueprint. First he becomes successful and then he puts on his group. Not only that, but even the name of the group was inspired by Pac. Pac used the backronym for his group Thug Life.
Tupac,
The hate you gave little infants, F everybody.
on his second album.
Biggie did the same for the Mafia in Junior Mafia, which stands for Masters at Finding Intelligent Attitudes. So both group names were based on backronyms. Both groups were also signed to the label Atlantic. They didn't get signed to Bad Boy. Cause just like how Pac had full control over Thug Life, Biggie wanted to be in full control over Junior Mafia, without people like Puffy being able to interfere. He started to put his focus on them, taught them how to rap, how to sound fresh and unique, mentored them just like how Pac mentored Biggie. So he had his hands full. He also had to promote his album Ready to Die, so that it can go platinum. He performed on shows and also shot multiple music videos for upcoming singles. Tupac couldn't be part of any of it, cause he had his court hearings to deal with, while at the same time trying to earn enough money to cover all the fees. He did shows, went to the video shootings for the movie Bullet, and was also trying to record as much music as possible so that the label Interscope has enough material to release in case that he does get locked up for a couple of years. The two just started to drift further and further apart with their rise to fame, and they saw each other less and less, because they both had their own shows, their own movements, and their own projects. They would only see each other on rare occasions. Pac didn't really get the opportunity to express his frustrations to Big. When it came to friends, he was the type to bottle up his real emotions and feelings. Every time he wouldn't receive the same level of love he would give, while building up resentment and disappointment until he finally explodes. He was usually outspoken and direct, but when it came to friends and family, he would always try to endure it and not make a fuss about it, just out of love, loyalty, and companionship. You could say that in '93, Pac and Big were as close as brothers, but in '94 as close as cousins who would only see each other on rare occasions.
Shout out to Haley Clark.
And their relationship would only grow colder and colder from that point on. In October '94, Bad Boy released a remix to Craig Mack's gold hit Flavor in Your Ear, featuring the legend LL Cool J, Busta Rhymes, Rampage, and Biggie, who completely outshined everybody on the track and proved that he's a force to be reckoned with, a legend in the making, a man who's reaching for the crown, the #1 spot, the title King of New York. The game was shaken up and Flavor in Your Ear would go platinum in the following month, so this was a huge push for him. Up until this point, not even Pac had a platinum hit out.
Biggie represents Brooklyn, New York City, America, the black experience, the young man who's just trying to figure out a way
why
to
you say
tell
America
him, no,
right there? Like,
your ears doesn't
West
work
Coast
for
America
us.
too, though.
You can't dress like that. You can't talk like that. You can't walk like that. You can't hang with your friends. You can't stand on this corner. You can't be. He said that. Not only am I going to be, I'm going to be the best.
Around the same time, there were also some new developments in the Ayanna Jackson assault case. Asian Jack's trial was separated from Pac's, even though it was the same case,
how you doing?
which
Everybody
made Pac
say
think
hey.
that Jack snitched on him, and is trying to push the blame onto him. But according to Jack, the separate case came from Pac's gun charges, for which Biggie was partly responsible for, cause those were his guns. They didn't hold Jack accountable for the guns, as the hotel suite was booked under Tupac's name. So they separated the case to not include the gun charges. Jack never admitted that one of those guns was his. So Pac had to explain why he had 4 illegal guns in his room, without snitching on anybody. Jack always denied being a snitch. His case never went to trial. He ended up pleading out, took a misdemeanor charge and paid a $1,000 fine.
At Haley Clark,
the other
100,
guy, Trevor, was never found.
Said,
so the people who actually abused her
at
got
Bill
away,
Cosby 30,
while Pac was metaphorically thrown
said,
in front of a pack of hungry
"What's good,
wolves,
Rochelle?"
even though he wasn't the one who actually abused her.
I didn't want to pronounce
his
the name
guns.
wrong. I
Those
ain't
were
gonna lie, I'm
Biggie,
bad with
Trevor,
people's
and
names.
Jack's guns.
Thank y'all for
So
saying
they
hey
all
to
got
it.
away. None of them stepped forward and said, "Wait a minute, don't blame Tupac, that was my gun. I take full responsibility." Instead, Biggie, Jack, and Trevor turned their backs on him and let him fight those hungry wolves all by himself for something that Biggie, Trevor, and Jack were responsible for. And because of the code of the streets, Tupac couldn't just snitch on them. So he felt like everyone stabbed him in the back.
This
But
sounds like some
Biggie
Tory
was
Lane
always
shit.
apologetic, so Tupac forgave him. According to Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd, Pac told Haitian Jack to his face how he felt about Tim getting a separate trial. He allegedly said it in front of Zayd, Stretch, Jack, and a couple of other people. Told them that he doesn't want to have anything to do with him anymore.
No, they
And
shit,
Haitian
right?
Jack sat there, looking at him with a quote-unquote humble look on his face. But Zayd apparently knew that Jack was mad.
At Rochelle
Jack
Aduron
was a dead friend to him,
6184.
would try to holler
Said,
at him at clubs.
"Just
Tupac
browsing."
would just ignore him
I'm
and
glad you
continue
found me,
doing
man.
what he
Chance
does.
8WV.
Because on
I'm
November
grateful for you.
4th, Tupac and
Two
Biggie
of the
attended
greatest
Puff
rappers
Daddy's
ever. Both
birthday
will still
party
be
at
alive if it
Roseland
wasn't for
Ballroom.
LA and their stupid
They
games.
hadn't seen each
Yep.
other in a while and hugged on stage. Stretch was there too.
So what we watched yesterday. So I didn't know all these. Biggie did all this. He had Tupac had take a gun charge. I said I didn't know all these. I was thinking it's all Diddy. Diddy said these things. Well, it is. Diddy still said all this shit, but like he had taken a gun charge for boy at home, and he ain't coming back to the court. Come to the courthouse and nothing. Or just say, man, I'm gonna take charge for you, bro. He don't look out for you. Don't give you money. He don't sleep. Man, nigga, I'll be mad too, nigga.
All had a great time until
I know
Haitian
all
Jack
that
joined
shit,
the
bro.
party. Pac was
But it's a lot
upset
of
that
game
Biggie
ties
and
and
Puffy
shit, too.
invited him after all the things he did. I was hurt. I'm going to
It's a
trial.
lot-
I'm
it's a
probably
lot-
going
it's a
to get
lot to take in
convicted.
if you really
And
think
this
about
guy
this shit,
showing up
Jack.
at a party with champagne, hanging with Biggie. He thought Jack was a snitch who's trying to push the blame onto him after getting a separate trial for the same assault case. The accuser, Ayanna Jackson, didn't even care about Jack getting punished. Her main target was Tupac.
Why?
So he thought Ayanna Jackson and Haitian Jack set him up. Because they got into this mess because of Jack, and now Jack is getting away, with Ayanna Jackson not caring about who supposedly assaulted her. Biggie got away from that situation in time and said it was all a coincidence. But then they invited Jack to the party. So Pac was confused. Seeing Haitian Jack at the party ruined his mood. Biggie then told Pac to stay away from him and to not hang around with him. Pac then asked, "What do you mean?" And Biggie
There must be someone that
responded, "I'll tell you later." And the two never had a chance to finish the conversation, cause Jack came and reached out his hand to Pac in an attempt to greet him, and Pac just walked away. This was blatant disrespect. Even enemies acknowledged each other's presence, and disrespecting someone like Haitian Jack was dangerous. In the September 96 issue of the Vibe magazine, Biggie indirectly spoke about this conversation and Pac's relationship with Haitian Jack. There's ish that mother effers don't know. I saw situations and how ish was going down, and I tried to school the guy. I was there when he bought his first Rolex, but I wasn't in the position to be rolling like that. I think Tupac felt more comfortable with the dudes he was hanging with, because they had just as much money as him. With they, Biggie means Haitian Jack and his people, and with school him, he means warn him about him. Now this is the part that a lot of people close to Big and Pac debate about. And it also might have been part of the reason why Pac suspected Biggie of having something to do with the Quad Studio shooting, which happened a couple weeks later. Biggie supposedly got robbed by Haitian Jack's people in autumn '94, before the Quad Studio incident. But we don't know exactly when it happened, as Biggie tried to hide it from the public. Some people think that that's what he wanted to tell Pac at Puffy's birthday party, before Haitian Jack came and interrupted their conversation.
So he robbed.
But that would
So he's
mean that
allegedly
Biggie got
robbed
robbed before he even warned Pac about him. And it wouldn't make sense for Puffy to invite him to that party. Unless A, he didn't know about it, implying that Biggie kept it a secret from him, or B, he wanted to stay cool with Haitian Jack and his people to not upset them. Cause in '96, Pac said multiple times that they got Puffy under extortion.
Puffy getting robbed like a bitch. To hide that fact, he did some shitty shit this year, so we riding for that.
What it is that the East Coast drug dealers got to get as extortion. I came and fucked up everything.
The rapper Lil Sean argued that Biggie felt like he got robbed because of Tupac, as he supposedly went and told Haitian Jack in a joking way that Biggie wants him to stop hanging out with him, which supposedly infuriated Jack and made him tell his people to go rob Biggie shortly before the Quad Studio shooting, meaning between November 4th and November 30th. Biggie was told by the people who robbed him that Pac notified Jack about him telling Pac to stay away from him. That's how Big supposedly knew that it was Haitian Jack's people who came after him, and that it was because of Pac. So Big was mad that Pac put him on blast, but Pac was not even on speaking terms with Jack anymore, so he couldn't have told him about it, especially not in a joking way, cause Pac was in no mood to joke around with Haitian Jack after the whole thing with the separate trial. Pac was always trying to ignore him and walk away instead of talking to him. Maybe Jack found out from somebody overhearing their conversation at Puff Daddy's birthday party, or he overheard the conversation himself. Pac might have assumed that Biggie tried to set him up at the Quad Studios in retaliation for getting him robbed by Haitian Jack's people. But this could only be possible if Biggie got robbed after Puffy's birthday party. But if that's the case, then why did Biggie try to warn Pac about Haitian Jack? Cause they used to hang out together all the time. Haitian Jack, Biggie and Pac. What did all of a sudden change for Biggie to warn him?
Haitian Jack,
and why was he still invited to the birthday party? There are tons of open questions and nothing makes sense. The robbery before the Quad Studio shooting is a well-kept secret. It was never reported to the police and everybody pretended like it didn't happen. So that's why people don't really bother to speak on it. We might never get the answer on when and why exactly Biggie got robbed, and if Pac was really responsible for it. But in November, things didn't really look too good for Pac, as he was informed that he will most likely lose the case and go to prison. Unless, of course, a miracle happens. He was also running out of money as the lawyer fees were getting too much for him to handle. And he was too proud to ask Biggie and Puffy for financial support, cause Biggie was on the rise and Bad Boy was taking over. Despite the relatively low first week sales, Biggie went gold in just 2 months, meaning on November 15th, 1994. So not only did Biggie sell more records in the first week than Pac, but he also went gold in a shorter amount of time. It took Pac's second album 7 months to go gold, as he only sold 38,000 units in the first week, while Biggie shipped 57,000 units. Not only that, but Biggie's single Juicy went gold as well, that same month on November 8th. Took him only 3 months since the single came out on August 9th. So Biggie was catching up to Pac in a very short amount of time. Pac had 3 gold plaques, and Biggie had 2, even though his first album came out just 2 months ago. Pac, on the other hand, had 3 movies, 2 studio albums, and 1 group album. Biggie was just getting started. Pac's latest album wasn't performing as well as he had anticipated. It didn't go gold until '96, and the singles received no certifications. Oh, and Craig Mack's Flavor in Your Ear also went platinum on November 22nd. And Biggie was on the remix, so it seemed like Biggie achieved everything Pac had to work for in the past 3 years in just a span of a couple of months. It was like he played the game of rap on easy mode, while Pac played it on hard. On November 29th, the Manhattan jury had convened to deliberate charges of sodomy, abuse and weapons possession against Tupac and his road manager and co-defendant Charles Fuller. After the first day of deliberations, Tupac was interviewed in front of the courthouse and asked about the allegations. Regarding the gun charges, Tupac denied that the firearms they found in the hotel were his. They couldn't find his fingerprints on them, and Pac told the interviewer that they should go after the other people that...
That's what I'm saying. This sound like some Tory Lanez shit, I ain't gonna lie. That shit not gonna make me want to buy this shit. Chill out, twin. Chill out.
Let's play with Foxfire.
that were in the hotel room instead of focusing only on him, since the guns weren't his. He sarcastically asked the interviewers where the other people that were with him are at, basically asking them to go after Biggie, Haitian Jack and Trevor. who were actually the ones that owned those illegal guns.
Where are those people that did this? They were all in the same hotel as me. They were all right in the same room with me. Why am I the only one in court right now? Why is the cameras all on me? Why would I come to New York and be unlawfully owning 2 guns? Who has 2 guns? Who carries 2 illegal guns?
After the interview, Pac left for a publicity stop in Harlem, recorded a song with a New York DJ named Ron G, and then drove to the Quad Studios in Times Square, where he was supposed to record a song with a rapper named Lil Sean, for which he was supposed to get $7,000 from one of Puffy's associates named Jimmy Henchman, who Haitian Jack introduced him to. At 12:16 a.m., meaning on November 30th, Pac and his entourage of 3 people, his best friend Big Stretch, his manager Freddie Moore, and his brother-in-law Zayd Turner, arrived at the Quad Studios and were greeted by Lil C's and Chico Del Vec from Biggie's group Junior Mafia, who were standing on a small terrace on the 10th floor of the Quad Studio building. Junior Mafia and Biggie were actually recording the song Players Anthem together for the upcoming album Conspiracy. This was shortly after the group got signed. They saw Pac and his group in front of the building and screamed down to say hello. They both loved and looked up to him, welcomed him every time he came to Brooklyn. Pac recognized Lil C's, who told him to come up and hang out with them on the 10th floor. Biggie and the members of the group Junior Mafia had no clue that Pac was coming, cause they were supposed to record on different floors and different studios. Pac's plans of recording music with Lil Sean were spontaneous. Biggie and Junior Mafia, on the other hand, had the studio sessions booked for their upcoming album weeks in advance. It was actually Jimmy Henchman who called Pac to come up to the studio. They came to an agreement that Pac would record one song with Lil Sean and then leave. He was an hour late to the recording session and had just argued with Jimmy Henchman on the phone. They were cussing each other out and were mad at each other, so he was in a bad mood. Seeing his homie Lil C's there calmed him down a bit, cause he assumed if things go south, he got his homie Biggie and Junior Mafia there to help him out. Lil C's, on the other hand, thought that Pac came to the studio to see Biggie and hang out with him, as a way to congratulate him and help him with his upcoming Junior Mafia album. But he was scheduled to record on the 8th floor, and Pac thought that Lil C's and Biggie were on the same floor hanging out with Lil Sean and Jimmy Henchman. So when Lil C's told him to get around the building and that he'll come get him, Pac agreed, thinking that Lil C's would bring him to Lil Sean and Jimmy Henchman. Quad had recording studios and equipment on 5 different floors at the time. Biggie and Junior Mafia were on a different floor than Puffy, who had just came back from the video shoot for the song Warning. He supposedly wanted to say hello to his friend and mentor Andre Harrell, who was also on the 8th floor waiting for Pac. Puff was supposedly there to keep an eye on Biggie and see what they're cooking up in the studio, but he didn't know at what floor they were recording, so he got to the 8th floor to check where they are. He then got caught in a conversation with his mentor Andre Harrell and Jimmy Henchman, and according to Puff Daddy's bodyguard Gene Deal, Jimmy told him that Pac is going to get dealt with. Puff either saw the robbers at the lobby when he came inside the building, or he stayed on the 8th floor for over 20 minutes, cause that's how long the robbers were waiting for Pac at the entrance of the Quad Studios, according to the robber Dexter Isaac himself. Pac and his homies were now walking around the building, and Lil C's went back inside to inform Biggie and everyone else. Big was happy to hear that Pac was there,
my brother,
and told Lil C's to go get him. Chico stayed upstairs, but C's got into the elevator with Nino Brown, another member of the group.
Orange covering eyes,
back on the street, as Tupac and others approached the entrance to the Quad Studios, they could see a man outside wearing boots and army fatigues. Pac thought that he was part of Biggie's security, cause he had seen Biggie's homies from Brooklyn wear army fatigues before, and the 3 robbers were indeed from Brooklyn. The leader Dexter Isaac and his 2 homies Spencer Bowens and George Roland Campbell, aka Spunk and JD. And according to Dexter Isaac, he was friends with Biggie. Not only that, but he admitted that Biggie saw him at the Quad Studios about half an hour before Pac arrived, when Dexter went inside the building up to the 8th floor with a man named Paulie to talk to the mastermind behind the robbery, which was Jimmy Henchman. Biggie was supposedly sitting on a sofa talking to Lil C's, but Dexter also said that Puffy was on the same floor, even though according to Lil C's, they didn't even know that Puffy was in the same building that day. So there are a lot of contradictions here. According to the robber himself, Biggie was there together with Puff, and Puffy knew about the plan of the robbery, cause the first thing Dexter Isaac did when he saw Jimmy Henchman in the Quad Studios was to ask him, how many people know what's about to go down? And Jimmy replied, he knows, nodding his head in Puffy's direction. Puffy supposedly looked Dexter dead in the eye, and that's when Dexter knew that he was involved. But according to Puffy, he wasn't even there half an hour before the shooting. He was filming the music video to the song Warning, saying that this conversation with Andre Harrell on the 8th floor only lasted a couple of minutes, cause he wanted to go up to the 10th floor to see Biggie. But this doesn't make sense either, cause again, according to Puff, he arrived a couple minutes before Tupac. But the robbers were standing right there waiting for over 20 minutes. This would mean that Puffy saw them, cause he must have passed them when going inside.
The new Untold 2026 has been in the gym, and it's on sale right now for the Black Friday special.
Inside the building. He probably even saw their faces. But let's say Dexter Isaac's version is true, and Puffy's version is wrong. Then he must have arrived before the robbers, meaning 30 minutes before the shooting. Then it would make sense for Dexter Isaac and Puffy to see each other on the 8th floor, with Puffy spending a half an hour there with Andre Harrell and Jimmy Henchman. But he also said that Biggie and Lil C's were on the same floor sitting on a couch. On the 8th floor, not on the 10th floor. That doesn't make sense either, since we know for sure that Lil C's and Biggie were on the 10th floor, and Lil C's was just taking a break from a long recording session. Went outside on the balcony on the 10th floor. So Dexter Isaac is trying to convince us that Lil C's and Biggie chilled on the 8th floor with Puffy, but then took the elevator to the 10th floor to record some music, with Puffy staying on the 8th floor even though he wanted to see Biggie. And after 10 to 20 minutes of work, Lil C's had to take a break and go on the balcony.
Best era in hip-hop.
This guy Lil C's must be lazy as hell.
Understand how important
he just
this
needs a break after 10 minutes. So that's around the time when Tupac came and saw him on the balcony.
I'm mad I was a little kid,
but yeah, none of the stories add up.
Y'all had it made, boy.
Someone is lying. Maybe all of them.
Shit again.
But we can say one thing for sure. Puffy either saw the robbers at the entrance, or he saw Dexter Isaac on the 8th floor, depending on who's telling the truth. The fact that he invited Haitian Jack to his birthday party, while also hanging out with Jimmy Henchman at the same place Tupac got lured into, knowing that Pac was about to get dealt with him admitting in the Vibe magazine that the shooting happened because of a beef with someone else, meaning Jimmy Henchman, the same guy that admitted to everything, while continuing to do business with him afterwards and refusing to inform Tupac prior or even after the shooting about the setup. This proves Puffy's claims of having nothing to do with the robbery and being completely innocent, as he knew exactly what was going to happen, with Dexter Isaac and Jimmy Henchman confirming it, and Puffy thus being guilty by association and guilty for not intervening and taking action when help was needed. Cause this incident could have easily been prevented or avoided if Puffy had just reached out to Pac. The assailant Dexter Isaac confessed everything in his book,
yeah, I was
and
like
has
16
since
when this
then
happened.
apologized to Tupac's family. And after Jimmy Henchman's arrest, he admitted to everything Dexter Isaac said. But anyway, back to the shooting. Pac and his homies are now standing in front of the building. He sees one of the guys outside wearing army fatigues, and immediately thinks that that's Biggie's homie, since they would wear similar clothes every time they hung out together.
Shit, I wish I was
He
at
saw
least a
another
decade
guy
older.
inside wearing army fatigues as well, and Lil C's and Chico were on the other side of the building. So Pac thought Biggie has the whole building locked down. He has his security and his homies everywhere. He felt safe, but he found it weird how the guys in army fatigues didn't greet him. One of them was outside leaning against the wall of the Quad Studio building, and another one was inside pretending to read the newspaper. The third guy, Dexter Isaac, was behind Tupac and his group. So Pac goes inside, and the moment he presses the elevator button, Dexter Isaac's homies pull out their guns on them, while Dexter is at the door looking out for cops. Pac supposedly shot himself in the groin in the attempt to catch the robbers off guard and shoot at them before they can react. And there were supposedly 4 more shots by the robbers. All we know is that Pac's manager Freddie Moore was also hit in the stomach. All witnesses have made conflicting statements on who pulled the trigger, on how many shots were fired, and on how many times Pac got hit. He either got shot once by himself and then pistol whipped, or shot 5 times, once by himself and then pistol whipped. Big Stretch and Dexter Isaac claimed the former, that Pac was only shot once. Pac and his brother-in-law Zayd claimed the latter, that he was shot 5 times, even though Pac at first thought that he only got shot once. But the doctors supposedly told him that he got shot 5 times.
Damn.
I broke this down in detail in my video for the Quad Studio shooting.
I remember kids
I
literally
included
crying
every
in the
interview
hallways
and
when
every
Tupac
statement
died.
about this incident.
It was like we knew
so
him
make sure to
personally.
check it out for further information, cause I broke it down
I
from
know how this
everyone's
shit
point
feel,
of view, so that you can form your own opinion on it. Lil
I like when
C's and
Ace
Nino
died.
Brown came down the elevator and
Damn.
Nino supposedly heard multiple shots. When the elevator doors opened, they saw everyone on the ground and Pac was getting stomped out by one of the robbers. The second guy, who kept an eye on Stretch, Freddie Moore and Zayd, then yelled at Lil C's and Nino Brown, ordering them to go back up. The two were in shock and scared to death. The robbers then took most of Pac's jewelry, but left the Rolex watch that Haitian Jack had gifted to him, to leave a message. Don't mess with Haitian Jack. That was the message.
See? I think he
Because Pac had
got shot.
disrespected him in the Daily News, calling him a hanger-on, after he got that separate trial.
That's why he got shot
So
right there.
Haitian Jack's friend, Jimmy Henchman, wanted to teach him a lesson, especially after Pac cussed him out on the phone while he was on his way to the Quad Studios. So now, both Pac and Big got robbed by the people close to Haitian Jack. Lil C's then went back to the 10th floor where Biggie and the rest of the group Junior Mafia were recording music, and told them that Pac is getting robbed downstairs. At first, Biggie thought that C's was joking and trying to prank him, but then he understood that he's being serious, and he immediately rushed to the elevator with his gun, going down, while the other elevator was going up. This one was used by Pac, Stretch and Zayd, who were going up to the 8th floor where Puffy, Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell and Lil Sean were waiting.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
I watched Paul left the East Coast.
Again, Andre Harrell was Puffy's mentor, and Lil Sean was the guy Tupac was supposed to record with. Pac thought Biggie was on that floor as well, but he was actually in the elevator going down to the 1st floor. When Biggie and Chico arrived at the lobby, they saw Tupac's bandana on the ground and blood everywhere. The cops came and put them to the side to question them. Lil C's and the rest of the Junior Mafia clique later went down as well and were questioned by the police. They all knew nothing. So Pac comes out the elevator with Stretch and his brother-in-law Zayd, and they run into Puffy, Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell, Lil Sean and others. Zayd supposedly held Puffy at gunpoint. They were already treating them like the enemy. A lot of things were going through Pac's head while he was upstairs on the 8th floor. There were supposedly around 40 people there. He was confused, upset and suspicious. Maybe the men in the studio knew who'd done it and weren't saying anything. One of the reasons why he went upstairs was to see their reactions, see who's shocked and genuinely worried about him. He leaned against the glass doors on the 8th floor and looked at everyone while bleeding from his head. Everyone looked surprised when they saw him, including Puffy and Jimmy Henchman. According to Pac, Lil Sean immediately started crying and helped him to sit down. He and Stretch supported him from both sides and helped him walk to the couch, but Pac refused to sit down. They all saw the blood on his head and pants. Pac was in quote-unquote movie mode and started accusing people, saying that only Jimmy Henchman knew that he was coming, that nobody approached him and that everyone was looking suspicious. He would yell, "It was a setup. Call the police. What the hell is going on?" He was confused, disoriented and full of anger. Blood came gushing out of his head and groin area, and it was hard for people to calm him down. He was moving around so much that the wounds were opening. According to Pac, no one tried to help him, but pretty much everyone else said that they were worried and tried to do everything they can to help him. They called the police, Pac's mother and an ambulance. The EMS team then came and treated Tupac while he was on the ground. They removed his clothes, secured a brace around his neck and strapped him to a board. Zayd and Lil Sean went to the other room to hide Tupac's gun, the one he used to shoot at the assailants. They hid it inside a piano to make sure that Pac doesn't get in legal trouble again, cause the cops came and questioned everybody. They locked down the entire building.
Damn.
This was just a small summary of the events that transpired that day.
Quit thinking.
More about this
Shout
in
out,
the
we got
Quad Studio
161
documentary.
people in there.
So now Pac gets carried down the elevator, and according to Chico Del Vec, he and Biggie see him when he gets carried out of the building into the ambulance. Pac had seen Chico on the balcony with Little C's, so before the shooting happened, they gave him a feel of safety. But now he's laying in front of them, fully naked, covered in blood, confused and disoriented,
had something to do with
looking angry and accusing everybody.
The truth is coming
when
eventually.
he got past Biggie, Chico and the rest of Junior Mafia, he put up a middle finger and pointed at them, basically saying F you to Biggie and his crew.
But while they rolling him off the elevator, he looking at us against the wall. He was like, he said, you and Big was like, yo, why does this dude mad at us about something about what the, we ain't do nothing wrong, you know what I'm saying?
And then he looking around at us, looking, so what kind of expression he expect on our face? What we supposed to, we don't know what's going on. We looking like, oh.
Chico and Biggie figured Pac was confused. After all, he'd just been bomb rushed and nearly killed. But they couldn't believe that he'd blame them for the shooting. That's how they interpreted Pac putting up his middle finger. And in fairness to Chico and Biggie, there's very little evidence that they were indeed involved. Chico denied that Biggie and Junior Mafia had any connection to the shooting. Said Biggie came downstairs with a gun with the intention to defend Pac, ready to get into a shooting for Sony. Before Pac left the scene, he was interviewed by newspaper reporters while still being on the stretcher. He only said it was a setup, right before they carried him into the ambulance. They took a photo of him lying naked on the stretcher. The ambulance then drove off and rushed to the hospital. Videotape shot from outside the studio by a TV camera operator showed Puffy inside the downstairs lobby, in a baseball cap with a straw hanging from his mouth, staring at the camera and talking to several men. News footage also showed Biggie walking out the lobby, closely followed by Puffy. A lot of people were in and out the studio that night, many of whom were as bejeweled with gold as Pac was, but they weren't robbed or shot. That's how Tupac knew that the robbery was a calculated and planned setup. He was sure that no one else would have gotten robbed in his place, even if they had more jewelry on them than him. And indeed, he got confirmation by Jimmy Henchman himself that they were responsible for it. Because when Pac was laying in the hospital bed, he was receiving death threats over the phone. His closest homies were relaying messages from his enemies. Stretch's brother Madison confirmed that Jimmy Henchman was sending threats and messages moments after the shooting. They got the phone number of Stretch's mother and called the crib to relay a message. We don't want beef, but we got money for war though. Stretch then went to visit Tupac in the hospital to pass the message. Napoleon from the Outlaws was there too. And according to him,
damn, 193, goddamn.
Jimmy Henchman told me that you don't got your money right. You don't want to go to war. Pac was still laying in the hospital.
Yeah, we need a commercial break at this goddamn point. We did broke a new record, 190. Dang, I can't see it right. 193 people just came in. We almost at 200, man.
They make it much easier for us to either get inspiration or to help us when we just can't find that right element. Let me show you guys how this.
But when he heard this, he and Napoleon thought it was weird for him to relay messages from his enemies. It almost seemed like he was cool with Jimmy Henchman.
So what happened to this dude?
Stretch also asked Pac why he fought back. Somebody had told him that they were just going to take his jewelry, and that it was Pac's fault for getting shot. So Pac was wondering where Stretch got all the information from. They thought maybe Stretch is sending messages to Jimmy Henchman as well, informing him about where he's at, in what condition he is, what he's planning, what his next move is, if he really wants to go to war with him, and if he's holding a grudge. Pac just couldn't trust him anymore. He felt betrayed and at the same time unsafe, thinking that Stretch might tell Jimmy his exact location, so that he can send his people to come finish the job. Pac's friends and family were there with him at the hospital to protect him, just like the Nation of Islam. They kept an eye out for everyone that came to visit him, thinking they might try to kill him while he's laying there defenseless. The Notorious B.I.G. actually came to the hospital to pay him a visit, but they didn't let him see him. Pac didn't want to see his face, thinking that he might be involved in the setup, cause hours after the shooting, Pac already got told who those men were that came to rob him. He knew that those were people from Brooklyn, where Biggie and his homies are from. Everywhere Pac went during the Quad Studio incident, he met Biggie's people. Little C's and Chico on the balcony, then Puffy and his mentor Andre Harrell, Little Sean and Jimmy Henchman, with whom Big would also work together after the robbery, and the entire Junior Mafia clique when they carried him to the ambulance. And as mentioned earlier, he thought that those robbers were Biggie's security. And on top of all that, Biggie tried to tell him something about Haitian Jack and his
Jimmy
people
is in federal
days
prison
before
for
the
life.
shooting. So all this made him...
Thank you, God. See how God work, shit. So, justice served. Hope they poke his ass up in that bitch. You know?
suspect Biggie. He talked about this in the Sway interview in '96.
And he told me, like, about a week before I got shot, he knew that they was shot me. He was like, Pop, don't hang around this. He don't, you know, we walked in with that shot, and they ended up shooting me. He's like, Pop, because I knew it too, because my coach is in. And I was like, what you mean? He's like, I'll talk to you about it later. And we didn't talk. The next time I saw him was at the studio where I got shot. So I knew he knew what happened. So I was like, Biggie, what happened? He kept sending me messages like, I'm going to come see you. No, what happened?
Seeing Biggie's homie Little C's on the balcony who told him to go around the building was also a terrible coincidence, as Pac wouldn't have even thought about Biggie if C's wasn't there. And it most likely contributed to him losing trust in them, since he lowered his guard the moment he saw Biggie's homies, and then jumped to conclusions thinking that the robbers are Biggie's security, right when he went inside the building. Had he not seen C's on the balcony, he wouldn't have thought that those men in army fatigues were Biggie's homies. That's why Pac told everyone to not let Biggie come to see him in the hospital. He was paranoid. Puffy, of course, didn't care about paying him a visit. But Big did, cause he was his homie. That's why he and Pac's brother-in-law Zayd went to the Quad Studios the day after the shooting to get the gun from the piano, so that Tupac doesn't get in trouble. They don't just let anybody inside that building. You need to get buzzed in by someone inside the Quad Studios to get inside. No one would have buzzed in Zayd on his own, but Biggie was a well-known artist, so they let him in. Without Biggie, Zayd wouldn't have been able to get that gun, which means that somebody would have eventually found it and handed it over to the police. With Pac's fingerprints on the gun, he would have been in trouble, cause they actually found the bullet in the lobby. So Big did him a favor during a time when Pac didn't want to speak to him. A day later, on December 1st, Pac checked himself out of the hospital and made a surprise appearance in the Manhattan courtroom, where his fate was being decided in the Ayanna Jackson assault case. Pac sat through the morning session before his right leg went numb. That's when he decided to leave the courtroom. He then went uptown and secretly checked into the Metropolitan Hospital Center on East 97th Street. A day later, he was already discharged. He had received even more death threats on the phone, and his family wanted to move him somewhere where he's safe. So he holed up at the apartment of a friend, the actress Jasmine Guy, who Pac met when he guest starred on a sitcom A Different World. He spent the next few weeks in her apartment, being cared for by his mother Afeni and a private doctor. He also got protection from a group of people who later became the Outlaws, the ones who stayed in the apartment with Pac when Napoleon, Castro, Idi Amin and Gaddafi. Those became his closest soldiers from that point on, his closest companions. He deaded the thug life movement as he didn't know who to trust, cutting ties with everyone, including Stretch and Biggie. Most of the Outlaws at the time were Tupac's family. They all had guns on them, ready to protect Pac with their lives, in case Jimmy Henchman or Haitian Jack's people found them to finish the job. Jasmine Guy lived in a secure and safe neighborhood, which made Pac feel more comfortable to an extent, but he was still holding on to his gun the whole time he was there, paranoid, thinking they might come any time. But fortunately, nobody came and Pac could make a full recovery. Big and Pac were not on speaking terms anymore, but they kept sending each other messages. Pac asked him what happened, and Big wouldn't tell him. Biggie sent him messages requesting to meet up with him and talk in person. But Pac wanted answers first. He was convinced that Biggie was hiding something, cause he had all his people around him in that building. They were everywhere on multiple floors. People on the East Coast believe that Tupac was acting this way because of pure immaturity, seeing him as someone who can't admit that he's wrong, cause he wanted to be the one that's cool with all the gangsters and street cats, the rapper that knows the streets the best.
You asked for more ways to create, so we made a major update. Sleeve printing is now live. You can now design directly on sleeves across some of our best-selling hoodies and tees. It's built right into the Tap Stitch design tool. Same simplicity.
The one with wisdom and intelligence. Someone that's a mentor to everybody. He wanted Biggie to see him as his mentor and big brother. Someone who he looks up to and reaches out to get advice and help. Pac wanted to be seen as the teacher, the mentor, the big brother, the guy that's always right. The guy that made it, the guy that everyone reaches out to learn. With Biggie saying stay away from Haitian Jack, and with Pac ignoring his advice and then getting into trouble, it was a I told you so moment. The people on the East Coast think that Tupac felt ashamed and didn't have the courage to walk up to Biggie and tell him, I should have listened to you. With Biggie saying, I told you so, you should have listened to me. It made Biggie look like the guy with the wisdom, the guy who knows the streets better than Pac. And Pac, according to the critics on the East Coast, was too embarrassed to admit that he was wrong. It kinda destroyed the image he had built for himself, cause Pac was always the one giving advices to Biggie. But now it was Biggie who was on top, telling Pac how to move in these streets, what to do and what not to do. And Biggie was right. This supposedly upset Tupac. His ego and pride was out of this world. He was incapable of humbling himself in front of one of his own soldiers. Didn't want to hear him say, I told you so, you should have listened to me. Cause Biggie wasn't just a soldier anymore, he was a general now with his own soldiers. And Pac didn't want to get treated like one of his soldiers. Biggie became a huge rap star in the game. 1994 was his year. Earlier, all eyes were on Pac. Everyone idolized him. But now he was going through his worst moments. Being rolled around in a wheelchair with bullet holes all over his body, needing weeks of rest to get fully healed while getting ready to go to prison for a crime he didn't commit. With the media destroying his image and everything he has worked for. Hip-hop heads on the East Coast were convinced that in order to not lose face in front of everyone, Pac chose to go on the offensive, partially blaming or at least distancing himself from Biggie and Puffy, instead of meeting up with them and telling Biggie that he was right. That's how Pac's haters on the East Coast felt at the time. Keeping his distance from Biggie made him question everything about the Quad Studio incident. When he got wheeled out the building while he was on the gurney, neither Biggie nor any of the Junior Mafia members looked at him with worry. Pac interpreted that as them having zero empathy or feelings for him, as if they knew he was about to get dealt with. Same with Puffy, Andre Harrell, Little Sean, Jimmy Henchman and everyone else in that building. It's possible that Pac made everything worse in his head than it actually transpired, after having enough time at home to digest what happened. Just him over and over recalling everything from memory, and subconsciously making everything worse in his head by overanalyzing the smallest details, cause he was filled with adrenaline and anger, and he obviously perceived the things differently than everyone else that was present that day. His memory and perception might have been clouded by anger. The people on the East Coast believed that Pac blaming them for not showing enough empathy was because he wanted to act tough and distract from the fact that he got roughed up, humbled and robbed. Which people on the streets think is dishonorable. In the hood, you don't want to be known as the guy that got punked and robbed. Status and image is very important. People don't want to look weak like a victim. They want to look tough and strong, especially when they have a reputation and are known for their gangster and thug image. And Pac supposedly didn't want people to think that he's a fake gangster and actor, someone who shot himself in the attempt of defending himself from the robbers. So that's why he supposedly chose to run with the whole story of everybody in that building setting him up, or at least knowing about the plans of that robbery. That's how Pac's enemies on the East Coast interpreted his behavior, saying that he made the whole thing bigger than it is, turning it into a conspiracy to save his image. Instead of being known as the fake gangster who shot himself when he got tested, he wanted to be known as this heroic figure that got set up by a whole coast. And Pac didn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. He was done with the East Coast. On December 24th, they then released the single Big Papa, which became one of Biggie's biggest hits. It's helped to boost the sales of Ready to Die. Pac got a little mad that Biggie's Ready to Die was outselling Thug Life. It turned out that Biggie turning his back on the group and focusing on his own career was a wise move, since Thug Life was commercially a flop. He was also upset that Big Papa, the song they copied from him, became such a huge hit. It was a missed opportunity for him. Cause like explained earlier, Puff Daddy got his hands on Pac's song Time to Get My Drink On, which was originally supposed to be on Pac's third album. But Puffy stole it and reproduced the beat using the same sample, telling Biggie to rap on it. They wanted to put it out before Pac. Now he was profiting from Pac's ideas, using them before him. With those same ideas Pac would scrap, Biggie would go multi-platinum, while Pac is forced to start from scratch and reinvent himself. It seemed like Big and Pac were already competing during the recording process of Ready to Die and Me Against the World. And now, after the shooting, Pac would slowly start to let out all the frustrations he had with Biggie, all the grudges and anger he had built up. But back then, the only way of publicly spreading a message and reaching the masses was through interviews and songs, for which he had no time as he was in the middle of the healing process and also had to deal with the Ayanna Jackson assault case, which was in its final stages now. While Pac maintained his innocence, his financial resources were being stretched to the limit by the legal action.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work.
And he couldn't make bail. While his lawyer worked on his appeal, Pac was locked up on February 14th, 1995 in the correctional facility in New York. It was during the time that Biggie exploded on the rap scene. Exactly 1 week after Pac got locked up, Biggie and Puffy decided to release a song called Who Shot Ya? February 21st, 1995, 3 months after the Quad Studio shooting. The title itself made everybody raise an eyebrow, but the overall concept and sound of the records made it even worse. Jimmy Henchman and Puffy wanted to put out that record to aggravate the wound and create controversy around the time Tupac was in the news every day, because of not only the shooting but also him going to prison for a crime he didn't commit. He was a trending topic in the news and the main topic in the hip-hop world. So hearing Who Shot Ya with the Tupac shooting in the news, people put two and two together and came to the conclusion that Biggie is dissing Pac. The timing was just terrible, but it was done purposefully and strategically to increase Biggie's record sales, using the attention Pac gets from the media for Biggie's music. So they were basically making profit off another man's moment of pain, even though that same man opened doors for them and was one of their closest homies. The whole game interpreted the song as a taunt at Pac. There were rumors going around at that time that he didn't actually get shot 5 times, but that he only shot himself, and that he lied to the public to save his reputation. Biggie heard the rumor and got confirmation from Stretch, who was actually there. He said he only heard 1 shot. So the answer to Biggie asking the question who shot ya would have been Tupac. Tupac shot himself. So that of course infuriated Pac even more. People in Biggie's camp knew that it would create controversy. And Puffy was rubbing his hands like the devil, knowing that he can make profit from it. Trolling a man who's been the biggest topic on the news and can't defend himself now that he's in prison. All while remaining close to Jimmy Henchman, the mastermind behind the shooting. Pac wouldn't have been able to lyrically respond for about half a decade even if he wanted to, cause he was sentenced to 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison. Damn. If Suge Knight hadn't bailed him out 8 months later, we might have not gotten a response. When Pac heard the song in prison, he was super upset and thought that they did it on purpose, as a slick way to laugh at him. He was hurt, not only because Big is his homie and it's a sensitive topic, but also because he thought the song is dope. That's what he told people. If Who Shot Ya was a trash song, it wouldn't have bothered him. But the song became the hardest thing in hip-hop. It really pissed him off.
Thank y'all for the 26
Such a great track,
on the, stream.
But it sounded like it was aimed at him. Normally, he would have been happy for Biggie for dropping such a great track. But this was the first Biggie song he couldn't bump like everyone else.
When he made Who Shot Ya, I wanted to quit, cause...
I got one thing. If y'all got a Twitch, follow me on Twitch, BabyJody7413. We're gonna watch all eyes on me in the movie. I never watched the movie. It's gonna be my first time reaction. Try to see what they put true or fake in there, motherfucker. Y'all make sure y'all, if y'all got a Twitch, if you need to make one right now. We're gonna watch All Eyes on Me. I can't do it on YouTube. It's copyright. It's gonna be copyrighted.
heartbeat sound like Sasquatch.
At James
feet.
James
Shout out
Beach
James.
3L.
Shaking the concrete.
Said,
I ride Tupac.
Tupac index pointing at the viewer, medium dark skin tone, saluting face, saluting face, saluting face, saluting face.
I need to know what team y'all on first of all. I need to see my chat. What team y'all? If y'all Thug Life, right? Type Thug Life. Type Thug Life in chat. Y'all ride Tupac, no matter what. I need Thug Life in chat. Y'all Biggie, write Biggie in the chat. We ain't doing Diddy. Fuck Diddy. But if y'all ride with Tupac, let me know. I continue this motherfucker. Let me know y'all Thug Life in here. I need to know. I need to know y'all real Tupac fans. Let me know. Drop the Thug Life in the chat. I need to know something, twin. West Side, there we go, Big Head.
At Big Head and Was.
Shout out Big Head, bro. Appreciate that, twin.
West
Side, baby. I dropped them.
It was so menacing, the dark chords and the voice over
there we go.
it was just like the hardest song you've ever heard.
Tupac.
Everyone in prison was playing it. They had it on repeat. Telling Pac that Biggie is taunting him. And Pac had to endure it for the next 8 months. He couldn't escape it.
I gotta see y'all dropping some more. I need some more
Thug Life pre-LLD.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna get y'all recorded. I'm gonna have to pull these shit, cause we gonna have to expose these motherfuckers. We gotta expose these. We Thug Life in here, baby. Chat dropping Thug Life in here. I appreciate y'all. Let me get back to it.
I mean, he goes to prison, and a week later they drop the song.
Man, he got so many
prison mates
prison
would always ask him if there's beef between them. All while Pac was in a state of confusion, isolated from the rest of the world, with no contact to any of the people involved. He couldn't just call Biggie and talk it out with him, but he would hear all types of rumors while he was locked up. And for the next couple of weeks, he would always hear Biggie say, "Who shot ya?" When family members would come to visit him, he would ask them, why would he release that song? What is he trying to do? Because Pac never heard it before. Biggie used to give him demo tapes of songs that were just about to drop, to show him what he was currently working on. On the surface, this one seemed like a brand new record recorded after the shooting.
It was.
Especially with Puffy yelling 9-5, short for 1995. Even though the first verse, more specifically the first version of the first verse, was recorded in 94. 3 months before the Quad Studio shooting. This was the first recording of the song Who Shot Ya, with only one Biggie verse. The second one wasn't planned at first. Puffy was yelling 9-5 in the ad-libs of the song. Those vocals were recorded in summer 94. If you listen closely, you can hear that the verse is slightly altered from the final version. It's an entirely different take. He actually called himself Biggie Smalls on this. But in the final version, which was recorded months later, he said B.I.G.
The lyrical molesting is taking place. Biggie Smalls, it ain't safe. The lyrical molesting is taking place. With B.I.G. it ain't safe.
So 2 completely different recordings. He had to change it because the artist Biggie Smalls threatened to sue him if he continues to call himself Biggie Smalls.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. How many Biggie Smalls in there? You don't got 3 of them now. You know what I'm saying? Big Papa from Mississippi. I think his name is Big Papa. Then you got the other dude there with Tupac calling Big Small. Then we got this motherfucker. I ain't never heard this motherfucker. I ain't even know it's a white Big Small. We gotta hear his music. God damn, this motherfucker is not. Oh shit. Damn shit, I don't click off that bitch. Oh shit. Oh shit, what is it? What's it on this one? Nope. Oh, check, we gonna fuck up. God damn it. Talk too damn much. What the fuck? Oh, it's this one. Is it this one? It is this one. No, it's not this one. Oh shit, we gonna fuck up, check. God damn it. Hold on, let me see if I go back. Nope, they ain't it. Oh my god, we all fucked up. Man, my shit right there on top. That what's up. Fuck, which one did we click on? Tell y'all remember when we clicked on? Oh my god, I was fucked up. Yeah, it's this one. Is this one, man? Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. I think it's this one.
Nobody ever.
Yeah, this is.
There must be someone
ever came to save me. They just watch what happened to you.
It's from a 70
That's why Thug Life to me is dead.
Said, they all got their name from a 70s movie LOL. At Big Head and Was. Said,
It's originally from a Bill Cosby Sidney Poitier blaxploitation movie from the 70s.
If it's real, then let somebody else
Thank y'all for taking the information.
Because I'm tired of it. I represented it too much.
So we now know
I was thug
Biggie
life.
Smalls came.
I was the only guy out there putting my life on the line. This thug life stuff was just ignorance. My intentions was always in the right place. I never killed anybody. I never R-worded anybody. I never committed no crimes that weren't honorable, that weren't to defend myself. That's what he said in the April '95 issue of the Vibe magazine, where he addressed the Quad Studio incident and the aftermath. He gave us his views on who was behind the shooting and told us exactly what happened that night. The cover story was titled Ready to Live, which people saw as a subliminal jab at Biggie, whose debut album is titled Ready to Die. The magazines back then did it on purpose to start drama. Like a year later in the July '96 issue of The Source magazine, for example, where they called the cover story for Dr. Dre Life After Death, the same name as Biggie's second album. Both Dre and Biggie made peace at the time, and they were both beefing with Tupac, who of course took offense to it. Just like how Biggie took offense to the cover story Ready to Live, with Pac going off on everybody that was there during the Quad Studio shooting. Cause in this interview, Pac wrongly accused Biggie of being there on the 8th floor together with Puffy and Jimmy Henchman, the guy who plotted the shooting. But Big wasn't there. It was completely untrue. He was on the 10th floor. He didn't see Pac until he came out the building on a gurney. And Biggie was forced to correct him in interviews, cause people started blaming him even though he wasn't even there for Pac. The main people who were waiting for Pac were Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell, and Lil Sean. Puffy was just there by coincidence, but Jimmy told him that Pac was about to get dealt with. Biggie, Lil C's, and Junior Mafia were 2 floors above them, and Puff was trying to find them. In the Vibe magazine, Pac described what happened when he got to the 8th floor. When we got upstairs, I looked around and it scared the ish out of me. Why? The interviewer asked. Because Andre Harrell was there, Puffy was there, Biggie. There was about 40 people there. The only people Tupac expected to see were Jimmy Henchman and Lil Sean. He didn't expect to see anyone else there. Pac also expressed his disappointment in his best friend Big Stretch for allowing the robbers to beat him up and shoot him, all while he was just sitting there doing nothing. He felt like he didn't get enough support, empathy, and help. Nobody approached me. I noticed that nobody would look at me. Andre Harrell wouldn't look at me. Puffy was standing back too. I knew Puffy. He knew how much stuff I had done for Biggie before he came out. In the interview, he didn't really say that Biggie and Puffy set him up, or that they knew something about the shooting. But that's how people interpreted this interview, especially with him calling them out by names, and saying that Biggie was there when he wasn't. He also said that the shooters looked like some of Biggie's homies, and that nobody showed empathy. Biggie was actually mad at Pac for throwing Stretch under the bus. This article actually made Big and Stretch become way closer, cause Pac called Stretch a coward for not helping, for dropping like a sack of potatoes even though he was the biggest guy there. And Biggie felt like he shouldn't have said that. In the MTV interview on March 30th, he responded to that article and expressed his disappointment in Pac.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all,
look at that guilty ass motherfucker right there.
My man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen.
Did something,
you know what I'm saying?
My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them, looked out for them, put them in the game, everything turned on me.
And the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set them up. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. It's just ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? But I also understand that if you was to get shot 5 times, the mind is just completely spinning, you know what I'm saying? You're real confused about your situation. So it'll cause you to say things that you really don't mean.
I would tell each and every person out there, don't forget about that clicking up thing, you know what I mean? Be to yourself. Stay to yourself. Trust nobody. Trust nobody.
After reading the Vibe interview, Lil Sean and Big talked about that night at the Quad Studios. Big told him that he's sad and disappointed in Pac for thinking that he had something to do with the robbery. He said that he warned him about the people who robbed him before the robbery happened, told him to stay away from them. He also accused Pac of telling Haitian Jack and his people that he warned him. And that's supposedly why Haitian Jack and his people came after Biggie as well, and they robbed him too. Cause Biggie was told by the people who robbed him that Pac notified Jack about him warning Pac. That's how Big knew that it was Haitian Jack's people who came after him. So Big was mad that Pac put him on blast. He told Sean that him and Zayd went to the Quad Studios the morning after the shooting to get the gun and the piano. He also told him that they went to the hospital to see Pac, but they wouldn't let him in. All his attempts of reaching Pac were denied. And now Pac is supposedly spreading lies in the media and turning this whole thing into a beef. While Pac's Thug Life movement came to an end, Biggie's Junior Mafia clique was just about to take over the game. They were still working on their upcoming album Conspiracy. Biggie continued to grow commercially and status-wise in '95, releasing highly successful singles and remixes. And he was just about to put out his Junior Mafia group album. This one was supposed to put on some of his people, including Lil Cease and Lil Kim. Pac cut ties with most of the people who were part of the Thug Life movement and left it all in the past. On April 26th, Tupac's album Me Against the World went platinum after just 1 month. The single Dear Mama went platinum as well on July 13th. The album had sold 240,000 units in the first week, and it only took an additional month for it to reach 1 million. Ready to Die, on the other hand, sold 57,000 units in the first week and had reached the milestone of 1 million copies sold on March 14th, the same day Me Against the World came out. So Pac's album went platinum almost 6 times faster than Ready to Die, as it took Biggie half a year to finally reach 1 million sales. And Big had already outsold all of Pac's albums prior to Me Against the World. So these two were going head to head, with Pac being in the lead again. This was really a relief for him, as he was worried about getting left behind by Biggie, cause he would get closer and closer to Pac's record sales with the release of each single. Biggie had a platinum album out before Pac. Pac's first album to go platinum was a second one. It got certified on April 19th, 1995, meaning a week before Me Against the World. So Pac had now 2 platinum albums. Big had the luxury of promoting his album with tons of remixes, music videos, shows, interviews and TV appearances, while Pac was locked up behind bars. All he could do is watch one of his own soldiers try to overtake him and take his spot in the game. Using his own success formula and blueprint, Big started wearing clothes from luxury brands, like for example Versace shades and expensive clothes that you would see Tupac wear in '94. He would turn more and more into a player.
He was our savior, man. Big was like me. You're dark, you're heavy. You don't come up through the girl system with the girls being all over you. So all he had was how sharp his lyrics could be.
Pac felt like Big was living and rapping about his life, saying that Big was never a player until Pac showed him the way. So he wanted his props and at least a thank you. He also wanted Puffy to bail him out. He thought that would be the least he could do after helping Biggie to become a superstar. In May '95, a state judge knocked down Pac's bail from $3 million to $1.4 million. So Pac got excited, thinking that Puff and Big would bail him out and sign him to Bad Boy Records. But they didn't make a single step in his direction. Actually, the opposite happened. They got even closer with the mastermind of the Quad Studio shooting, Jimmy Henchman. And Pac took that as them picking the side of his enemy and abandoning him. Because on May 2nd, which was about half a year after the Quad Studio incident, Lil Sean released the single Dom Perignon, which not only contains a Biggie sample in the hook, but he's also featured in the video next to people wearing Henchman shirts. Biggie was celebrating with people wearing Jimmy Henchman's merchandise. And Jimmy was managing Lil Sean at the time. So Puff and Big made business with them. They were still cool with Jimmy after the shooting, which was one of the many reasons why Pac believed that Big might have been part of the setup. Pac was told that Jimmy Henchman was invited to numerous parties of Bad Boy Records. popping bottles with Biggie and Puffy. Why would you still be cool with him when Stretch told you about Jimmy being behind the shooting? I mean, Jimmy and his people were sending his mother death threats. Puff himself said that he's not beefing with Pac, but that Pac is beefing with someone else. And he knew exactly who he was beefing with. He knew that Pac and Jimmy were beefing, and he was totally fine with it. On May 30th, they then released the song Players Anthem, which was the first single of the Junior Mafia album Conspiracy. And it became a hit, went gold on September 7th that year, and Pac was really bothered by Junior Mafia being more successful than his Thug Life movement. He would tell his homies from prison to shoot music videos without him, to promote the album, cause the album wasn't selling much, while Biggie's Junior Mafia was going gold. And it seemed like Biggie had made a wise decision to not join Thug Life but instead create his own movement. And Pac was obviously bothered by it.
I don't even know.
Then on June 6, 1995, Biggie released the One More Chance Stay With Me remix with his wife Faith Evans, which peaked at number 2 on the Billboard Hot 100 and topped the Hot R&B Hip Hop Songs chart. It was the highest debuting single of all time and went platinum in just a month, which made him appear on the cover of the Source magazine in July 95. And he got crowned the King of New York.
It was Langston Hughes. He was Donald Goins. He was the one. He was the one. He had more than just rap. He had the look. He had the presence. He looked like a king.
This made Tupac very upset. He thought, how can you be the King of New York and not know who shot me? You had all your people there and had the building surrounded. Pac felt like as the King of New York, he should have been able to find out who did it. He was mad at him for not informing him. And even if he didn't know beforehand, Pac assumed that as the King of New York, his people have to have told him about the robbers and the master.
Right, I agree with Pac.
At Bill Cosby 3264.
Me being a soldier, I know my daughters look at me as a hero. What I'm trying to do is provide them a blueprint, and I want to try to put them in the same situation where they can continue.
The mind behind the setup. Cause everyone who's lower in rank is giving him info. He is the guy everyone reaches out to when there's an issue. At least that's what Pac thought the King of New York title meant. And Big had all his people there. So as the King of New York, he must have heard about it. Somebody had to know something. Pac felt betrayed by his own soldiers. He expected Biggie to maybe not tell him who did it, but to help him find the people who are responsible for it, so that they can talk it out or settle it. Biggie was cool with Jimmy but didn't reach out to Pac, at least not to talk about the incident.
People think I just got out of jail was like just because I got shot on the East Coast. I'm like, East Coast, you know, half the rappers from the East Coast was there when I got shot. Nobody knew it then. That's just like you coming to the hood, the police ask them what happened, and everybody's like, I don't know. You know they lying. And all I was doing was like, give me my proper etiquette. If Biggie was out here on the West Coast, he was in the studio with me and we homeboys, and he got shot. No, I wouldn't tell him who did it, but I wouldn't go right on who did it, but he wanted to know who did it. And I'd be like, look, man, Watts did it. Boom, this is why they want to talk to you. Where. That's how I do it. Just like when the from the 60s wanted to get a stretch. I went to them personally and talked to them.
Not only did Big become the King of New York, but he also made an appearance on the new double album of the King of Pop, Michael Jackson, which was released on June 20th. He rapped on the song This Time Around, which became one of the singles of the album. So the King of Rap and the King of Pop on one song. That's how it was marketed. How did Big go from one of Tupac's soldiers trying to make a name for himself to being on a song with the King of Pop in just 1 year?
Biggie had his foot on everybody's necks from a musical standpoint. We needed him. And he had the game in the chokehold.
He was telling our story, you know, he was telling it in a way that was super clear, you know, like the angst and frustration, you know, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Just change your life.
Pac became bitter and thought that he would end up like the rap legend Slick Rick, who had to spend 5 years in prison, which slowed down and ruined his career. Everyone who was inspired by him and everyone who was around him, all his homies, partners and underlings, continued to grow using Slick Rick's name, while he himself, as one of the biggest faces of the 80s, started to disappear into the abyss of irrelevance. Pac was afraid that the same thing would happen to him. I mean, he was facing 1.5 to 4.5 years. He was afraid that Biggie and Stretch, all the people he helped to become famous, would use him as a stepping stone and outgrow him, while also using his name, style, ideas and sound to get on top. All while Pac's career is at a halt. Cause Pac was really the one that made everything possible for them. With him being a movie star and successful rapper, someone that was generous enough to give all his homies a platform. And he felt like Stretch and Big were ungrateful, as they wouldn't even pay him a visit while he was locked up. He sent Biggie a message to meet him in prison, so that they can talk about who shot him. But Big never came. He kept sending him messages instead, while also shouting him out on the radio. In the interview with Sway, Pac explained how he felt about it.
I got shot. I'm like, yo, what happened? Come see me in jail. Biggie all in the air to my yeah, Pac is my homeboy, but not seeing my homeboy Stretch is going to Biggie's concert. This is like abandoning me. But all in the air and on TV, they like, yeah, Pac, rest, keep the struggle on. I was like, yo, I'm starting to turn into like Slick Rick. This is just gonna act like I'm gonna just be in jail and they're gonna give me shout outs and try to take my position. And if you watch, that's what Biggie did.
He also talked about it in the '96 Vibe interview.
Study why I would be mad. Study why I would be mad when half of New York, half of the major New York rappers, or they managers, or they agents, or they somebody was there when I got shot, and nobody could give me no information. Just study that.
On July 10th, Puffy, Andre Harrell, Jimmy Henchman, Stretch, Lil Sean, the assault victim Ayanna Jackson, and Biggie all sent letters to the Vibe magazine in response to Tupac's comments in the April '95 issue. It seemed like they were moving as a unit, all on the same team against Pac. Cause Vibe put all their statements in the August '95 issue with the headline, "Tupac under fire, the saga continues." Tupac versus everyone that was there during the shooting. They were baiting him. Pac spoke on this in the '96 Vibe interview.
Them cowards waited about 4 issues before they got their story together. 4 issues later, half of New Yorkers commenting on me getting shot. And before, they was all like, we didn't see nothing.
Everybody that was involved knows what happened. And everything is there. If you got a brain, just read everything over. And read my reply, read their reply, read what people say. Watch people. Because you can fake for a long time, but one day, you're going to show yourself to be a phony.
He found it odd how they all phrased their letters in a similar way as Jimmy Henchman, using the same phrases, words and ways to ridicule him, as if they all had a chat together after the shooting, and thought of a smart way to respond to Tupac's accusations. Even Biggie used the same words as him to describe Tupac's behavior at the Quad Studios, and Big wasn't even there at the 8th floor. He still said that he was acting like he's in a movie, being over-dramatic after the shooting. The same descriptions. He couldn't have possibly seen Tupac's reaction after the shooting. All he saw was him getting carried into an ambulance. Everything else came from different sources. Biggie just repeated the same words Puffy, Andre Harrell and Jimmy Henchman used to describe Pac's behavior, cause they were the ones saying that Pac went into movie mode after getting shot.
Just say a little prayer, get your money, man. Life goes on.
Yes, I am hopeful.
They downplayed everything and ridiculed him. Jimmy Henchman even said he's believing the movie scripts that he's played. Biggie, on the other hand, said everything was a movie to him. And Big wasn't even there. He just repeated Jimmy Henchman's statements.
The fourth issue, when they came back with a reply, everybody knew what I did. They knew what I said. I was acting. Who gets shot 5 times and acts?
Puffy and Andre Harrell said the same thing. But Big's statements upset him the most, cause he was on the same page as Jimmy Henchman. Prior to the release of this article, Pac had announced that he's done with hip-hop. He wanted to stop rapping. But these statements in the magazine really convinced him to team up with Death Row, after initially refusing Suge's offer to join the label, before getting locked up. Cause Suge wanted Pac on the label since '93. But things didn't work out, even though they would continue to do business together. Like Pac appearing on Death Row soundtracks, or doing remixes together. But let's take a look at some of the comments in the article. In response to Pac saying that nobody tried to help him after he got shot, Puffy said, "Nobody turned their backs on him. People was all up on him. Immediately. Andre was like, oh my god, call the ambulance. Tupac wanted to go to the phone. So me and my man Groovy Lou was by his side, trying to hold him up, getting him to calm down. He was telling Groovy Lou to roll him a blunt. He definitely brought the theatrics to it. So Puff was basically saying that Pac was acting, being over-dramatic and lying in the interview, using the same angle as Jimmy Henchman and Biggie. Then he continued saying he got a lot of people in a lot of BS with that interview. The way it was written, it was open-ended. Like me and Big and Andre had something to do with it. I would never, ever purposefully try to hurt no next man. The man had his own beefs with people. I never had no beef with that man. This right here is proof that Puffy knew that the Quad Studio incident was not just a random robbery and a coincidence with Pac being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with robbers going at a random target. This was a setup and planned attack. He said the man had his own beefs with people. So, according to Puff, the shooting was a result of a beef with a certain someone. So he just exposed himself. Cause he's still hanging out and teaming up with the same person that set him up. Again, what led to the robbery was Pac's beef with Haitian Jack and Jimmy Henchman. Jimmy hired the 3 robbers to go at him. And Puff continued working and being cool with Jimmy, even after writing this letter, admitting that it was because of a beef with Jimmy Henchman. Puff did not distance himself from him, nor did he show sympathy or loyalty to Pac. Neither did he reach out to Pac to confirm who did it. So he wasn't just an innocent bystander who wants justice to be served. He didn't care about any of it, and he wouldn't have ever made a step towards Pac in an attempt to help him get his justice. Instead, he continued showing support to Jimmy. So people should stop acting like Tupac had no reason to see Puffy as his enemy. With the robber Dexter Isaacs saying that Puffy knew about the plan before the robbery happened, and Puff making this statement in the Vibe magazine, we have more than enough reason to think that Pac's worries, suspicions and accusations were justifiable, cause everyone tried to make it seem like Pac lost his mind. People also say that this was a New York thing, the unwritten rule to not snitch on people, even if the information is not given to the police but to your own friends. People from New York excused Puff and Big's behavior, saying that what they did was normal, and that Pac didn't know about this no snitching rule as he didn't grow up in New York and wasn't really accustomed to the culture there. So once again, a coastal thing. Pac explained that if he was in Puff or Big's shoes, he would have offered to arrange a meeting between the victim and the perpetrator, meaning the guy that got shot and the guy who set him up. And he thought that was the right thing to do for them. But people have said that that's not a common thing to do on the East Coast, that it's more of a West Coast thing. On the East Coast, people try to stay out of it and shut up about it. At least that's how the people around Biggie explained it. And Pac had no clue. It must have been a culture shock to him. In response to Pac saying that Thug Life is dead, Puffy said, I really hope that this Thug Life ish is really over. But on the real, if you're gonna be a mother effing thug, you got to live and die like that.
At Timelese
I ain't no thug.
3246.
Only thugs I know is dead or in jail. Or about to be.
So yes, I did say Thug Life was dead. Yes, I bowed out, all of that. But when they said that, they breathed new life in me. And Thug Life not only became a rap group, but it became a way of life for life for me.
No, this shit, right?
Puffy's statements were similar to what Jimmy Henchman said. Where he went wrong was when he tried to go to the streets. And when it came down to the test, he did not hold up. He's gonna assassinate people's characters, saying that people was crying and falling to the floor like a sack of potatoes. It just goes to show that the real coward and the real guy that was crying was Tupac. So Jimmy was defending Stretch here, because the part about dropping like a sack of potatoes was a comment that Pac made to belittle his friend Stretch. And Jimmy is on the same page.
Astro2Mu is powered by Shopify, both online and in person. Shopify
coming together to comment about Pac, and he took it as Stretch joining the people who set him up. The robber Dexter Isaacs suggested that Stretch sent Jimmy messages to His Majesty, denied it, and said that they never had anything to do with him. Stretch made similar comments as Puffy and Jimmy as well. I've seen Pac mad times after the shooting, and he never kicked none of that ish to me. You know how he feels about the media, so why would he go and do an interview like that? He's supposed to be a street guy. He should have kept it in the streets. I mean, people had to go and get their names changed. I want him to get a reality check. Recognize what the F he's doing. People on the street live by rules, man. And that rule right there, that's the rule that's never to be broken. The fallout between the two officially happened after Tupac made those statements in that Vibe magazine interview. Stretch got mad at Pac for saying that he and the other two people that were with him dropped like a sack of potatoes when they got ambushed. Even though Stretch is 6'8", the tallest guy that was present that night.
Yeah, you should. I ain't gonna lie, you should drop somebody here. You know,
Pac was expecting the robbers to go directly at Stretch, since they usually go for the big guy. But they went for Pac instead, and Stretch followed their orders, instead of fighting back or helping Tupac to shoot them. Pac saying all this ish in the interview like, I thought that Stretch was gonna fight. He was towering over them. Now, that guy know I ain't never going out like no B. But I ain't done. I ain't got no gun. What the F am I supposed to do? I might be towering over them, but I ain't towering over no slugs. Tupac got shot trying to go for his ish. He tried to go for his gun and he made a mistake on his own. But I'll let him tell the world that. I ain't even going to get into it all like that. Pac's talking about people dropping like a sack of potatoes. How the F is he going to know if people dropped like a sack of potatoes if he was turned around to get his joints? He tried to turn around and pull the joint out real quick, but people caught him, grabbed his hand when it was by his waist. Me personally, I only heard one shot. I didn't hear 4, 5, 6 shots, and he was saying he got shot 3-4 times. None of us remember hearing 4 or 5 shots. When the shot went off, that's when we went down.
Oh, I didn't get shot 5 times in their vision. I only got shot once because they found the bullet. So what is this other in me then? What was the doctors talking about? How'd I get gunpowder all over me?
They got different accounts of what happened, and I'm the one with the bullet wounds. Think back. Did you think about all the people that you seen me put on stage? Think about all the people that I put on.
That's why he was unalive the year to the date of the Quad Studio shooting.
And think about what they saying now. That's not keeping it real.
Hold on now. Hold on. What you mean? Hold up now. Who's unalive? Hold on. Don't put the information out there. Hold on. Somebody on Stretch. The Stretch dude. Big head.
So Stretch was upset when he read the interview, and Biggie felt the same way. In the Vibe article, he said, when I read the interview, I felt like he was just ishing on everybody.
Stretch.
I always said that he was the realest guy in the game.
I don't know what he was trying to hide, or he was scared. I don't know what was going on in his head. I want to apologize, especially when I found out what really went down. That he shot himself. And he really get shot in the head. He got pistol.
At Big Head was
I'm hearing all this.
said,
I'm like, damn.
Big Stretch.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah. What? Give me a hell yeah.
At Big Head was said, on November 30th, 1995.
Shit. May he rest in shit. You know what I'm
saying?
I'm tired. I don't do no sense. You do what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. You know what I'm saying?
I figured that with the ish he was talking on the Vibe,
you know what I'm saying?
he was just confused more than anything. You get shot and then you go to jail for something you ain't even do. That could twist the guy's mind up.
In a drive-by which
People
ended in
saying
him
I
crashing to
said
a pole.
Damn. Your ass got stretched for real. Hello. Sack of potatoes.
him up and I'm the one that got him shot. They're saying that my record, Who Shot Ya, is about him. That ish is crazy. That song was finished way before Tupac got shot. People was taking little pieces of the song and trying to add it to the story. And that ish is crazy. Other people look at the Vibe piece like, damn, Little Caesar was on the terrace, he must have been the lookout man. And it's real people in the streets thinking, that's effed up, what Big did to Tupac. I think that should be erased. Never ever in life.
Yeah, I did not know
as far as with me, he always gonna be my man. Even when I go see him again.
Yeah, I think about all the motherfuckers.
He need to just check himself.
The only person really
and I want an
apology.
Because I don't get down like that. Stretch said some
all
positive things about Pac too. Me and Pac have been down from day one. Before he did Juice. Before his first album. That's my man. So the interview he did in Vibe bugged me out. But I know him. He likes to talk a lot. Especially when he's upset. He'll say ish that he won't even mean. And then he'll think about it later and be like, damn, why the F did I say that? Tupac also spoke about the Vibe article with Sway in '96.
What made me do the Death Row thing, because I was really going to quit rapping. But then Puffy and Biggie and all of them came out in the Vibe, and they lied, and they twisted the facts. And all I wanted to do was end everything and walk away from shit. You know what I mean? Like how Scarface and all them. Dude, I want to get out the game. I go to jail for a crime everybody know I did not commit. Get shot 5 times, and I'm getting in jail, wompty, wompty. They just say anything to assassinate my character. No, I'm trying to get out the game.
Nah, this shit I'm talking about. Look, Jay. How long we gonna wind it be big?
And he made a mistake on his own. But I'll let him tell the world that. I ain't even going to get into it all like that. Pac's talking about people dropping like a
never, no.
The one that got him shot.
You asked for more ways to create, so we
I'm
made a
gonna
big
tell y'all the reason
update. Sleep printing is now live. You can now design directly.
When it first came out.
They're saying that my record, Who Shot Ya, is about him. That is.
What I had been through, they said that I couldn't be in pain. I could not feel, I could not be hurt. Road thing, because I was really going to quit rapping. But then Puffy and Biggie and all of them came out in the Vibe, and they lied, and they twisted the facts. And all I wanted to do was end everything and walk away from shit. You know what I mean? Like how Scarface and all them. Dude, I want to get out the game. I go to jail for a crime everybody know I did not commit. Get shot 5 times, and I'm getting in jail, wompty, wompty. They just say anything to assassinate my character.
Yeah, I just heard it, right? I'm talking about the rape part. They talking about he getting raped and shit. But they put that shit in the movie though. I seen the clip of that shit. Cause everybody was talking about this shit when all eyes on me.
At Donwise WM3GI said, "It's only 3 outlaws left living: Castro, EDI, and Napoleon."
Damn.
At 3 Dogi Isley 632 said, "There are people alive in the background that know more, but are still called crazy."
Man, they need to come forward and just goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and goddamn, you did it life. You know what I'm saying? At this point, y'all know the fuck going on, twin. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they ain't give y'all no damn money. Fuck you, oh y'all that damn scared, did it? You ain't nobody fucking body. You should feel nobody but God. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to get out the game. They want to dirty up my memory. They want to dirty up everything I worked for. So it made me come back. Instead of quitting, it made me come back more relentless. To destroy my what in fact is my comrades. To destroy what used to be my homeboys. What I worked for, my closest clique. They disrespected me, my name, my family, what I had been through. They said that I couldn't be in pain. I could not feel, I could not be hurt.
Big and Stretch said that they want to meet him and talk it out. But during the entirety of those 8 months Pac was in prison, they never paid him a visit, even though he supposedly told family members and friends to inform those two about his request to talk to them. But they were instead going to parties together. Pac was hurt and disappointed. Majesty later clarified that the reason why they couldn't visit Pac in prison was because he and his brother had no ID. And with no ID, you're not allowed to visit people in prison. Pac, of course, didn't know that, and thought that they're purposefully abandoning him. All he knew is that Stretch was pretending to talk to him in prison so that he can hit on Pac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith. She talked to Stretch in a club about losing contact with Pac, gave Stretch her number in hope that it would reach Pac. According to Desiree, Big Stretch called her saying he had a message from Pac, as if he went to prison and spoke to him, even though he never reached out to him while he was locked up. Stretch then turned up at her place with people from Junior Mafia and Bedford Avenue. He tried to sweet-talk her, and she later told Pac that he tried to sleep with her, after delivering no message from him. With everything she was hearing about Pac, thinking that Biggie had something to do with the Quad Studio incident, she thought it was fishy that Stretch would be hanging out with Biggie's crew. She then contacted Pac by the way of letters saying, "This your boy. What's he doing with your enemy's peoples? And why he trying to holler at me?" Stretch hung out with Biggie all the time. Just like Jimmy Henchman, he was invited.
You can't even help your own people without them trying to take your place and remove you.
Right? Yeah,
Shit crazy.
I hate to say that, bro. That's the only thing I hate about being goddamn black, bro. You don't help each other enough, man. Then when we do get them people that's trying to help us and shit, they either call them motherfucker crazy or do some shit to turn them against us and shit, bro. They shit. Like, when you get older, you start to see that shit, man. Like, bro. Look at all the leaders we could have had, man. Because black people supposed to be a strong nation, bro. Like, we're supposed to be like the goddamn Jews and shit. All my Hispanic, we love Hispanic people, by the way. But all my Hispanic people, how they stick together and shit, man. But it be your own people, man. Motherfuckers do your ass dirty, bro. That shit so deep rooted in us, man. I don't think we gonna never wake up from that shit, bro.
To numerous bad boy parties. They would always hang out together and make fun of Pac for shooting himself, saying that it was Pac's overreaction that got him hurt, that there was only one shot, which actually came from his own gun. And Biggie told him that he now understood why they hid the gun in the piano. And Biggie was holding on to Pac's gun. He still had it and was hiding it from the police. So they were joking around that Pac was hiding the truth, that he was in movie mode and spreading lies. Majesty said that they wanted to visit Pac in prison to argue with him and to address some of the things he said in the Vibe magazine about him dropping like a sack of potatoes. But unfortunately, he couldn't. The whole time, Stretch thought that everything was fine between him and Big. So when Pac said Stretch switched sides, that's what he meant. After the Quad Studio shooting, Stretch got closer to everyone that was present that night.
You gonna end up getting hurt in the end, bro.
He didn't speak to Pac while he was in prison. But Pac apparently still spoke to Big after the shooting. And that's why Stretch thought that everything was fine. He didn't even know that Pac had changed his mind about the bad boy.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
You don't bet one gave you give him the shirt on your back.
First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any
boy camp until he read about it in the Vibe magazine. So he just continued being cool with them, thinking Big is still cool with Pac. But they continued giving Tupac shoutouts here and there, even if they never came to visit him in prison. Like for example in the 19th issue of the Canadian magazine Peace, where Biggie was interviewed and asked to rate rappers on a scale from 1 to 10. This came out right around the time he made those disrespectful comments about him in the Vibe magazine, calling him an actor and a liar. Pac get busy. People can't take nothing from him. On the lyrics, he get busy. Straight up. That guy got some hard-ish, dog for real. And it's like the sad thing about it. When he started working on his new album he's got now, Out on Bail, he had so many raw East Coast producers in ish. Big is talking about the Me Against the World album, which was called Out on Bail during earlier stages of the recording. So this was an old interview from 1994, but they published it a whole year later, which made it seem like Big is giving Pac a shout out in the middle of the beef, after the whole back and forth in the Vibe magazine. The ish was sounding real tight, because everybody always says Pac had lyrics but his beats was whack. He was up in New York when he was working on Above the Rim ish, and he was working on his album at the same time. I put him on to Mobile. I put him on to LG. He has action, special ads DJ. He had some hard ish. He went back to the West and just started getting back into that other ish. Pac found it weird how they would continue giving him shoutouts while at the same time trying to destroy his image, painting him.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like we talking about the music anyway. Do y'all watch? Do y'all do the Christian industry too? I don't trust them motherfuckers either. I ain't gonna hold it to it. I know it will be all gospel shit. I don't trust them motherfuckers. I think they ain't on too. I think they playing both sides. To be honest, for real, cause they ain't. Is the industry so bad and demonic like that? You think they don't got their hands in the Christian shit too? Come on now, think about it, my brother. How they do say, think about it, my brother. That's why I be like, man, I pray on my own, bro. I do my own little prayer, stuff and that. Then I don't even go to church like that, Chad. I ain't gonna lie to you. All these motherfuckers touching kids and shit, man, I ain't with all that shit, bro. I just, whoa, bro. All these so-called pastors.
Him as a liar and actor in the Vibe magazine, while also not coming to speak to him face to face. So the lack of communication between both sides caused Pac to assume the worst and create this false image in his head that Stretch and Big were his enemies, when in reality everything was a misunderstanding, at least the part about Big's involvement. But Puffy was definitely informed about it, and Big would have always defended Puff no matter what, as he saw him as a savior, comparing him to Jesus Christ.
He took me out of a dangerous game, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I was selling drugs real hard, you know? And when I got the record deal, all that got cut short. So it's like he Jesus to me, you know what I'm saying? Because he just saved me. And it's real, and I go all out.
Now, I ain't saying none of that. I'm not Jesus.
To
Jesus.
Me, I look at him like, I say Jesus.
And the next question is, watch
out for the this is my short I was telling y'all about. Them motherfuckers lovers. I'm saying they gonna show the whole thing. These motherfuckers lovers. Watch this shit. I'm still gonna show it. They ain't gonna show he rubbing on his hand like this. I said that motherfucker gay. That motherfucker gay. He do it like this on there. He rubbing his hand. Talking about what he say? He told that nigga, he said your hand smell good, something like that.
So Big had Puff's back the same way Puff had Jimmy Henchman's back.
Yeah, I gotta go to my short to see.
And the same way Jimmy had Haitian Jack's back. Stretch and Big backed each other up as well. It didn't matter if Big was involved or not. His actions after the shooting were already enough. So Pac was done with all of them.
I know one thing. He can't pay it on my head.
Knight, the co-owner of the record company Death Row Records, went through his own share of problems with Puffy and Bad Boy. He used to look out for Puff in the early 90s when he was just an A&R at Uptown Records. And even after starting his own record company, Suge helped Puff wherever he could, most of the time for free. Puffy used to come out to California, and Suge used to look out for him for free, as Puff couldn't afford security at the time. But now, Big was starting to take over the game, and Bad Boy became $1 million company. Biggie was one of Suge's favorite rappers. He wanted him to perform at a location he was promoting. But Puffy expected Suge to pay money for it, even though Suge had always looked out for him for years, done everything for free. Puffy didn't care and refused to do it for free. Biggie was killing it at the time. The Source magazine had crowned him the King of New York, and the West Coast didn't really have an artist that was on his level at the time. They had no one to compete with him, and there was a lot of pressure at the time, with everyone saying that the East Coast is taking over. Dre just came out of jail and had to start from scratch. He was starting to work on his new album but lost his loyal ghostwriter, the DOC, who had just left the label for not getting paid enough. And Dre had to cancel his collab album with Ice Cube called Helter Skelter. So now they were left with nothing. Snoop Dogg didn't have anything in the vault that's worth releasing. And it was clear that the Dogg Pound album they were working on at the time wouldn't come anywhere near the Chronic, Doggy Style or Ready to Die. So Death Row, the face of the West Coast, had nothing, while Big is breaking one record after another, winning all the awards, doing group albums, doing remixes that are topping the charts, being on the cover of every magazine, all while the people from Death Row were going through all the legal problems, with Snoop's murder case and Dr. Dre's house arrest. Biggie and Puffy were taking over and Suge Knight got jealous. And he also felt like Puffy did him dirty. He was mad about it. He knew that Dre and Snoop, who are currently the main artists on Death Row, weren't on Biggie's level at the time, at least rapping-wise. So Suge was looking for someone new, a rapper that could outperform and outshine Biggie and Bad Boy, so that Suge can get his revenge and continue looking down on Puff. It was all ego. The rapper Suge was looking for was Tupac, who was currently in prison. He wanted to teach Puff a lesson, so he got in touch with Pac, and together they exchanged their frustrations and hatred.
He ain't gonna walk past that. He's like, bro, god damn this. But like herpes on that motherfucker. Look at this shit. That shit gray as hell.
For Biggie and Puffy,
nigga lips hurt.
They were now in the same boat, had the same motives, the same mindset, the same enemies, the same level of hatred for them. And the two already knew each other through their collaborations prior to Pac's incarceration. the Death Row record deal Pac almost signed in '93 before deciding against it, and its appearance on various Death Row soundtracks, like Above the Rim for example, and also Murder Was the Case, although they ultimately left his song off the album. They paid him regardless, knowing that Pac is short on money because of all the legal problems.
Dre went to jail for violating probation.
Who on the other hand tried to keep a healthy distance from them, as he knew that they meant trouble. Pac and Death Row were like fire and gasoline, a dangerous combination. But with him being locked up, potentially for the next 4+ years, he had no other option but to join the label. He was filled with anger, rage and hatred, and quote-unquote sold his soul to the devil by signing to Suge Knight, the tyrant of the rap industry, who wanted to bail him out and give him a 3-album contract. Together they thought of a plan to destroy all their enemies on the East Coast. Pac was on board, and Suge wanted to end Puffy's career by all means necessary. He wanted to destroy the label Bad Boy and replace it with the new label branch Death Row East as the face of East Coast hip-hop. He wanted to sign all the artists that Puffy was working with, including Biggie, after humbling him and giving him no other option but to come to Death Row. The plan was to sign all the big talents on the East Coast, so that Puffy had no superstar to work with anymore. That's why at the '95 Source Awards, which took place on August 3rd, Suge went on stage and dissed Puffy by inviting artists from all around the world to join his label, while saying that they don't have to tolerate a guy like Puffy dancing in their videos and ad-libbing every single one of their songs.
Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing, come to Death Row.
Puffy was sitting in the audience when Suge made those comments. This was really the first time he made the beef public, by ridiculing him on stage and taking the legendary Bad Boy and Death Row rivalry to the next level. He even shouted out Tupac, indirectly announcing that he'll become a member of the Death Row family. That same night, Biggie once again proved to everyone that he's a problem. He won 4 awards in just one night: New Solo Artist, Lyricist, Live Performer and Album of the Year. A year prior, the West Coast had dominated the Source Awards, with Dre and Snoop winning in most categories. But this year, Biggie stole the show. He was the biggest thing in hip-hop, so Suge once again got jealous. Puffy was once again feeling himself with Biggie being on par.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986, and 30 years later decided to complete my goals. The support system that you get with Purdue Global, just being in the military, you actually
with the entire Death Row label, cause he was getting the same amount of awards as the entire Death Row family combined.
Well, I'm thinking like,
and that really bothered him, which is why Suge made those comments out of nowhere.
Man, it's weird saying this
I
shit.
couldn't believe what he said. I thought we was boys.
No,
said. He later came on stage and responded to those comments while also speaking about the East-West war.
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier.
At Big Head and Watts.
Check this out. Contrary to what other people
that was about
feel,
Jermaine Dupri, not Puff.
Say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre.
I can't fucking tell, cause both of them dance in the fucking videos and shit. No, both of them dance.
Death Row and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
Am I wrong?
The East-West conflict wasn't anything new, but this incident made everything worse. Suge's words spread like flu germs, reigniting ancient East-West hostilities. Biggie, being the winner of the night, infuriated everyone from Death Row. The people from the East Coast started booing them every time they went on stage, to the point that Snoop Dogg had to speak up.
The East Coast don't love Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. The East Coast ain't got no love for Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Death Row. Y'all don't love us. Y'all don't love us.
They went through similar problems a year prior, cause the East Coast crowd was upset about Dre and Snoop winning all the awards. That was the same award show where Tupac rushed the stage in the middle of the A Tribe Called Quest victory speech. He rapped the song Out on Bail with dozens of his homies on stage, making Q-Tip from A Tribe Called Quest cry.
This was more than a rap war but a drug beef. Both sides have family in the South, where the real dollar is at. Both sides made some money in the South with drugs and had people robbed.
Facts. This shit got a lot of shit. Man, got debt, got gang ties, snakes. God damn. There's a lot of damn knowledge to keep up with, bro. I got to try to memorize all this shit. Shit.
Pissing off the East Coast audience.
I need a damn BC. Look at that. I might got this shit too tight.
New Yorkers felt disrespected by Pac interrupting their speech, cause they were just giving a shout out to all the pioneers of hip hop, and it seemed like he did it on purpose. Not only that, but the East Coast audience was upset about the West Coast rappers winning more awards than East Coast rappers.
I don't know what's happening with all this East Coast, West Coast, you know what I'm saying? It's like this. All this bullshit. Y'all shit is dope. Y'all shit is dope. Don't deny it.
There were arguments going on behind the scenes, and rappers from the West Coast didn't feel accepted in New York. And this only got worse a year later in '95. And things got worse behind the scenes. More specifically after the award show. Suge Knight supposedly slept with Puffy's baby mama Misa Hilton that same night, trying to piss him off even more. He would always go to all of Puffy's and Biggie's shows together with his people, trying to intimidate him, showing off his Ma Peru gang ties in an attempt to humble him. Puffy then realized that it was too dangerous for him to come to LA. Not doing shows and promoting his music on the West Coast would once again slow down his money, so avoiding the West Coast was not an option. He saw how Suge always had about 50 to 100 gang members with him, wherever he went, ready to go to war on his command. Flying to LA with a security team of 50 men, 50 bodyguards wasn't an option, cause it was way too expensive. It wouldn't have even been worth doing all the shows in LA if the costs are that high. So he was forced to do what Suge was doing the whole time. Get close with one of the biggest gangs in LA to get their support. That was the cheapest and most efficient option for him. Puffy thought it was a smart move for him to get in touch with the Crips, especially with the Southsiders. They had a history with Suge's Ma Peru. They were enemies. With the help of his good friend Eric Von Zip, Puffy got in touch with the Southside Crip Keefe the guy who was in the Cadillac the day Tupac got shot and killed. Keefe D and the Southsiders were now accompanying Puffy and the Bad Boy staff every time they came to the West Coast.
We waiting on this motherfucker. I forgot. I think it was what his name was. Damn, I forgot his name. Who came in my chat the other day? He told me he got his case coming up in August the 10th.
Said
August 10th, y'all.
Tupac already had his own label back then called Out the Gutter Records, so he really didn't have to sign with anyone at that time, which is why he told Biggie to sign with him.
It was called Out the Gutters? I thought it was Thug Life. So it went Thug Life was Out the Gutters? Damn.
Personal security.
But we waiting on him. He the only one can bring down Diddy. We need you to tell our truth, sir.
We're 20 to 40 deep at all the shows, trying to keep Suge's Ma Peru in check. Puffy pitted them against each other, so that there is a West Coast internal conflict in the middle of the East-West war. More on this in my Tupac murder documentary.
We watched that.
On August 15th, Tupac wrote a letter to his ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith while he was in prison, telling her about his divorce from his wife Keisha, after being married to her for 3.5 months. Because Pac had gotten married while he was in prison, but it unfortunately didn't work out. At the bottom of the letter he wrote, "Be careful, The Walking Dead. Jack Agnance, rest in peace. Todd, rest in peace. Jimmy Ace, rest in peace." Those are the people Pac thought were responsible for the Quad Studio shooting. Haitian Jack, King Tut, who he thought was one of the shooters, and Jimmy Henchman. He also wrote Bad Boy Killer at the bottom right, sharing his plans of wanting to destroy Puffy's label Bad Boy Records. He put everyone that was present at the Quad Studios on the hit list. Not only them, but also everyone that was involved in the Ayanna Jackson assault case. And also the ones that were part of the Bad Boy camp. Pac scratched out the names of Little Sean, Biggie, Puffy, Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack, his friend Trevor, aka Rick, who was the guy that evaded arrest during the incident with Ayanna Jackson, Andre Harrell, Craig Mack, who's another rapper from Bad Boy Records that had nothing to do with the shooting, also King Tut, who Pac thought was a shooter, and his best friend Big Stretch. He had a lot of time to think about it, and to watch the moves of every single one of those people on the list. Pac wanted to get rid of all of them. On August 29th, they finally released the Junior Mafia group album Conspiracy.
When impossible odor gets stuck in, Downy can rinse it out in one wash.
That
smells a lot better.
I pay for no Camaro. I'm tired of this shit.
We see you.
Should be out music and shit. That's why I be copyright these motherfucking music shit.
Ended up being more successful than Tupac's group album Thug Life, going gold in less than 4 months. It took the Thug Life album about a year and a half to reach that milestone. And now the group was history, while Junior Mafia was making headlines, which might have been a punch to the gut for Tupac, since he wanted Biggie to be part of the Thug Life movement, who on the other hand chose to start his own movement instead, and it worked out perfectly, at least commercially, cause Thug Life was the overall superior rap group, but people at the time were feeling Junior Mafia way more. To be fair though, Pac didn't really have the opportunity to promote his group and the album as he was in prison. Biggie on the other hand had great promotion. The next big incident occurred on September 23rd, 1995, when Ma Peru member Big Jake from Campanella Park was gunned down after attending the Platinum City Club, a nightclub based in Atlanta. It was actually Jermaine Dupri's birthday party. Both Suge and Puffy were invited. Jake was there as a bodyguard for Suge. The two are homies. And Suge was of course there to intimidate and bully people, especially Puffy. As mentioned earlier, Suge was always showing up to parties and clubs that Puff was attending, to make him feel uncomfortable and to humiliate him. Suge supposedly slapped both Puffy and Jermaine Dupri, even had Puff in a full Nelson. At the after parties, someone from Puffy's camp, either his bodyguard Anthony Wolf Jones or a man named Jason from the Bronx, shot down Jake after an argument. More on this in my Tupac murder documentary. Suge wanted revenge for Jake and blamed Puffy for his death. Suge yelled at Puffy and promised retaliation. This was the point of no return, and Pac was just about to inherit all the beefs Suge had, as if he hadn't had enough enemies and problems already. Now he was in the middle of a gang war, with the Ma Peru wanting revenge. After the Atlanta shooting, people on both coasts began speculating. Would there be retribution? All-out war? According to a New York Times cover story, Puffy sent Louis Farrakhan's son Mustafa to talk with Suge, which Puffy denied. But he did tell him, if there's anything you can do to put an end to this BS, I'm with it. The Times reported that Suge refused to meet with Mustafa. He had declined to speak about his friend's murder. Less than 2 weeks later, when the How Can I Be Down rap conference in Miami took place, the heat was on. Suge, who has never concealed his past affiliations with LA's Notorious Bloods, was rumored to be coming with an army. Puffy was said to be bringing a massive group of New York thugs and drug lords. When the conference came and Puffy did not attend, Billboard reported that it was due to threats from Death Row. Then on October 12, 1995, which is less than 3 weeks after the shooting, Tupac, the guy who Suge wanted to bring back to crush Puffy and Bad Boy Records, was released from the Clinton Correctional Facility in New York after serving 8 months on abuse charges. He was on a $1.4 million bail and signed to Suge's label Death Row Records. He became heavily involved in the growing East Coast-West Coast hip-hop rivalry. Pac was already labeled a thug and gangster before his release from prison, but signing to Death Row amplified it to the point where everything got out of control. He finally had his chance to get everything off his chest and get back at everyone, unloading all the hate and resentment he had built over the past couple of months. To the horror of the music industry, Tupac publicly accused Biggie of setting him up. Big denied any involvement in the shooting, saying Pac had simply been the victim of a botched robbery. But Park refused to back down on his accusations. He was just filled with hate, anger, and rage.
I live in the South.
He had lots of time to think about who shot him and wonder whether his friends were really his friends.
For the South people, we
Park
just like who we like, whatever rapper we
now
like.
Now it was time for payback.
Expect me, nigga, like you expect Jesus.
Most likely it's gonna be Park.
Expect me, nigga. I'm coming.
When Tupac came to LA and joined Death Row following his release from prison on October 12, 1995, he found a new family to support and strengthen him. People that wouldn't quote-unquote drop like a sack of potatoes when he needs help. Death Row and the Ma Peru welcomed him with open arms, took him under their wing like a little brother, gave him support, protection, and everything he ever wanted from the thug life movement he left behind. He started to surround himself with real gangsters and gang members while going to war with the people who quote-unquote set him up or knew about the setup. Puffy, Biggie, Bad Boy Records, the people who shot him, those who plotted the shooting, and also the people involved in the assault case. Those were now his enemies. Tupac created a new alias for himself called Machiavelli, after studying the teachings of the political advisor and political theorist Niccolo Machiavelli.
Damn, I wonder where he got that shit. I wonder where he got that goddamn shit go. Oh, Machiavelli. I thought it was some goddamn, you know what I'm saying, Bible shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where we got Machiavelli from.
While he was in prison and started calling himself Machiavelli the Don. Similar to how Biggie called himself the Don when he embraced the mafioso style after the release of his first album.
I'm gonna read
Don is hereby a term for the head of a mafia family. And now Tupac is coming for Biggie's spot, wanting to dethrone him and become the Don himself. On the book cover of The Prince, Pac saw Machiavelli put up a W hand sign. He then took that and used it to represent his allegiance to the West Coast. Pac was fascinated with Machiavelli's ideas. Like, for example,
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix,
him suggesting that immoral acts are justified if they can help achieve political glory. A good leader, in Machiavelli's opinion, isn't someone that's good, friendly, and kind, but someone who knows how to defend, enrich, and bring honor to his people and states, even by taking dark and immoral measures, using the most effective methods even if they're cruel and evil, disregarding other people's feelings and destroying opposers to achieve goals by all means necessary. That was the type of leader Tupac wanted to become when he came out of prison. He was done playing the nice guy that tries to fight for everybody's rights. He was done empowering women, making political songs about racial inequality, trying to unite the thugs from every ghetto, and just making everybody happy. He understood that kindness doesn't bring you anywhere. Felt like he got stabbed in the back by the same people he was fighting for. I mean, he got shot by black people while thinking that no black man would ever shoot him, since he's always fighting for their rights, just like he did for black women. But then he got accused of assault and thrown into prison for a crime he didn't commit, destroyed by the media and stabbed in the back by the same people he considered brothers and part of the thug life movement. That's why thug life was dead to him, and he wanted to start over. It was time for a new approach, one that may be more radical and relentless, but more effective. And in order for him to get on top, Biggie had to go. Exit Tupac, enter Machiavelli.
When I was in jail, Bad Boy Puffy was the crown with Don. Even though Suge, as big as he was, and Snoop, at that point, they just with 2 million sales, they took the whole issue into Tupac. A young cat. I want to join the family, Don. Get me out. The only way for me to come back is there's no 2-man spot. It's only one spot over what you call me in Kingdom. You know what I mean? And he was that main kid, and everybody tried to be like that. And nobody was successful unless they came from his camp or they was down with him.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna go buy that. I'm gonna order
the day
this
he
shit.
came out of prison, he started recording his next album, All Eyes on Me, which ended up becoming a double LP. One of the first songs he recorded was Ambitions as a Writer, on which he had quite a few
I'm just saying that, Jack. I've been listening to that shit last 2 days. I turned this shit on full stream. I did this shit. I turned it on full stream. Ambitions as a Writer, but that motherfucker slapped me.
Subliminal lines against Stretch and Biggie. The song was made a month before Stretch's passing. This is obviously a shot at Stretch for letting Tupac take on the robbers all by himself, while he was sitting on the ground and watching his friend get roughed up. He used the phrase B-S-N-word, which Stretch also used in the Vibe magazine, quoting the robbers who were insulting Tupac and pistol whipping him. Pac obviously took offense to it, as Stretch was just sitting there doing nothing, taking notes of what everyone said instead of helping, watching his friend get beaten up and shot, and then telling everyone how Pac got punked, how he got stomped out and pistol whipped while they were calling him B-S-N-word, taking his jewelry while Pac couldn't do anything about it. Stretch's comments in the Vibe magazine came off as him making fun of Tupac. He implied that Tupac is a fake thug, and in this song Pac is trying to flip it, saying that Stretch is actually the one who's a fake thug, that he wouldn't have gotten robbed if he had real people with him. So they were blaming each other for the outcome of the robbery. Then he also talks about jealous people who are trying to be like him, most likely referring to Biggie's Junior Mafia, cause later on the song Hit 'Em Up, he said,
They don't wanna see us, whole Junior Mafia clique, dressing up trying to be us. It was my
calling Biggie and his team jealous cowards he despises.
Said,
a couple lines later, he actually says Ready to Die, which is the name of Biggie's debut album, possibly dropping subliminal lines just like Biggie supposedly did on Who Shot Ya. So it once again seems like he's indirectly involving Biggie when mentioning the whole Quad Studio incident, saying that he's hard to kill, ready to die, spitting at adversaries that are envious and after him. And then he also makes another Biggie reference by naming another one of his songs, playing around with the name of the last track on Ready to Die, which is Suicidal Thoughts. In the next verse, he says that he'll get his revenge on the people that played him, and all the cowards who were involved, meaning Jimmy Henchman, and also everyone who knew about the shooting, meaning Puffy and supposedly Biggie. On October 16th, Biggie's album Ready to Die went double platinum, reaching the milestone of 2 million records sold before Tupac. So Big went platinum and double platinum before Tupac, even though Pac had been in the game for way longer. Not only that, but Biggie also had multiple platinum singles out. Big Papa went platinum on May 23rd, One More Chance on July 31st. Juicy and Players Anthem were also gold. But Pac wasn't too far behind. He had the platinum single Dear Mama and the gold singles I Get Around and Keep Your Head Up. Strictly for My N.I.G.G.A.Z. and Me Against the World were hereby platinum. But he had no double platinum albums yet. That would change 2 months later on December 6th with Me Against the World going double platinum. The same day Biggie's Junior Mafia group album Conspiracy went gold. So these two were going head to head. Everyone was surprised how fast Biggie caught up to him. All with one.
He had to go to jail, bitch. If he ain't go to jail, your head would be rap.
An album. Pac had 3 solo albums and was a movie star. But Big managed to take over the game in his absence while he was serving time in prison. Biggie was now the undisputed king of New York, and the West Coast needed someone to step forward as the king of the West Coast. Who was it going to be? Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, or Tupac? The fans were waiting for them to drop their albums and for the West Coast to make a comeback. But none of them at the time were able to drop an album as dope as Ready to Die, except Tupac. And the people from Death Row were taking a step back to let Tupac shine. They put all their focus on him. And he was in the studio every day since the day he came out. He had to get a lot off his chest. That same night, on October 13th, Tupac met the wife of the notorious B.I.G., Faith Evans, in LA. That's when the whole Biggie and Pac beef escalated. At this point in time, Big and Faith were separated, after catching him cheating with Lil' Kim. Prior to that, Kim was actually on the radio bragging about how Big and Faith are separated and that she can now have him for herself. And this was before the two actually broke up. Kim's comments on the radio made Faith suspicious. She then found out that the two had been sleeping together every time he went out to record music late at night. Also during the Junior Mafia tour, basically during the entirety of their marriage. And Lil' Kim would always pretend to be something like a sister to her. Biggie also had a rapper named Charlie Baltimore as his mistress. He had multiple women on the side and had become the player he claimed to be in his lyrics. Faith then confronted him at the Millennium Hotel in Times Square, asking, "What is up with you and Kim?" Big was honest and said, "Yeah, we get down like that." He didn't deny it. All this time? You've been effing this girl all this time?
Girl, women like that, but okay, I'm gonna get your ass.
Faith appreciated his honesty and they slept together that same night. But she didn't feel the connection anymore now that she knew about his cheating. She did it for closure and wanted to separate from him. Decided to live alone for a while. She said that she didn't care who Biggie wanted to sleep with from that point on. Faith then refused to go on tour with Biggie and instead lived in the 2-bedroom apartment of the R&B group 112, which consists of 4 male members. Without Biggie being around to pay the bills, Faith was struggling with money. One day she called him at their house, but it was his mistress, Charlie Baltimore, who picked up for him. And that's when she knew that he's cheating again. She called him on different dates and it was always Charlie who picked up for him. Always at Big's house while he and Faith lived separately. Faith supposedly beat up all the women Biggie was cheating with, even Lil' Kim. But at this point in time, she was done caring. She then met an NBA player in New Orleans, whose name she changed to hide his identity. She just called him Roger Short, a tall, dark-skinned man from New Orleans, playing for a team in the Midwest. She was attracted to him and started an affair of her own. So now she was cheating back on Biggie, purposefully sleeping with men she's attracted to get back at him. The same day she met Roger, she wrote him the address to her hotel room, and that's when they started hooking up. She would have a couple one-night stands and affairs here and there, just to spite Biggie. This will become important later on when she meets Tupac. She was feeling more and more disconnected from her husband and her bad boy label mates. Started making her own business moves while the bad boy camp was touring. They were mad at her for not touring with them. Faith kept a distance from her husband and wanted to advance in her career on her own, while hooking up with men like Roger Short during her trips around the US. She had friends with benefits in multiple cities. In October, she then came to LA to record some music. She was staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and once again got in touch with Roger Short. Then she met a producer she called Terry Dollars on the same trip. His real name is most likely Teddy Riley. She had sex with him a few times as well. Shortly after that, on October 13th, a day after Pac got released from prison, Faith went to the Hollywood Athletic Club in LA, where she met Tretch from Naughty by Nature. There are 2 conflicting recounts of what happened next. According to Faith, Tretch told her that Tupac wants to meet her, but according to Tretch, it was the other way around. Faith was the one who wanted to meet Tupac, but according to Faith, she knew nothing about him and had no interest in him. In some of her interviews, she even claimed that she didn't even know who Tupac was, or that he was signed to Death Row. But in her book, Keep the Faith, a memoir released in 2009, she admitted to knowing him. Even added that Biggie told him about the beef and his accusations of him having something to do with the Quad Studio shooting. According to Faye, Biggie was convinced that Pac knew better than to think that he had something to do with it, basically implying that he was creating drama and lying on purpose. So Faith knew exactly what was going on between the two, and still decided to meet her husband's accuser, someone who considered her husband his enemy. Went to talk to him before Big and Pac could talk it out. He's not even been outside for a week and she's already meeting him, before Big even got a chance to reach out to him, cause he was on tour. They could have talked it out before Faith got involved. And Big didn't know what Tupac was going to do next. He wanted to see him and talk it out, but there was an awkward silence between them. And now his vengeful wife is going to his potential enemy, someone who's also vengeful and has built up a lot of hate and resentment for Biggie. A lot of people believe that she knew exactly what she was doing, that she purposefully looked for Pac to sleep with him, sleep with someone Biggie considered a brother, just like
I found myself I needed to finish my education. I chose Purdue Global because the faculty understood
like how she considered Lil' Kim her sister, before getting stabbed in the back. She was already sleeping with other men the nights before, and was going to a new club every night to meet men. She wanted to hurt Biggie the same way he hurt her, And now, according to Tretch, she's asking for Tupac. Soon as they greeted each other, a photographer came and took pictures. And you can clearly see that she's not wearing her wedding ring. She's showing off her ringless hands, while Tupac is looking provocative.
She knows she doing.
Faith told everybody, including Tupac, that she and Big are separated and about to get divorced. So she might have purposefully holding up her ringless hand to seek attention from Biggie. Like, look, I can go and hook up with your enemy if you don't treat me right. This is what you get for the Maybe she was indeed trying to hurt Biggie the same way he hurt her. Cause there is no other explanation on why she's holding up her hand like that. But later on she was playing innocent, telling Biggie that she never cheated on him. But she later admitted to it after he passed. And yes, she took off her wedding ring every time she went to the club. Tupac complimented her, saying that he likes her music and wants her on his album, adding that only she can do that one song he has in mind, which is Wonder Why They Call You B. Faith was struggling with money at the time. Without her husband or label supporting her, she wanted to make her own deals and work with artists on the West Coast. And she obviously knew that working with Pac would make her husband mad, or at least make him worry. Seeking attention while playing with fire. You don't just collaborate with people who accused your husband of being somewhat responsible for a shooting. Faith told Pac that he would have to get clearance from Bad Boy Records to put that song on the album, and that she wants $25,000 up front. That's not a problem, Pac said. In her memoir, she said that she didn't actually go ahead and work with him immediately, but instead went home to think about it and to ask her manager Mark Pitt and Biggie on the phone, quote-unquote, a day or two later, if it was fine for her to do a song with him. And they supposedly told her that it was no problem, that she can go ahead. I met Tupac out here. He wants me to do a song with him, Faith said. Oh, word? Big responded. You're gonna do it? If the money comes through, yeah, I'll do it. According to Faith, Big played it cool, as if he wasn't worried or jealous, which might have not been the type of response Faith was anticipating. But Big knew better than to sound jealous and worried, as that would make him look weak and insecure in Faith's eyes. Then again, we don't know if this conversation actually took place, as Big was shocked when he saw Pac and Faith together. So she could have lied about it to make herself look better, cause as we will find out, she told quite a few lies to save her image and reputation. So doing a song with someone you supposedly know nothing about requires you to ask your husband for permission, but stepping out of the marriage doesn't? She wasn't even on speaking terms with him anymore. I mean, she was collaborating with multiple artists without having to ask anyone for permission. But Tupac somehow is the exception. It's not unlikely that she knew what she was doing was wrong, or else she wouldn't have asked for permission, assuming that she did indeed make those phone calls. But yeah, a lot had changed between them. Just a couple weeks prior, they were trying to come off as hip-hop's dream couple. They were on the cover of the October 95 issue of the Vibe magazine, and now she's hanging out with Tupac. The photographer who was there that day was supposedly ordered and paid by the people from their flow to take those pictures with Faith and Pac together. She said nothing else happened after that night at the Hollywood Athletic Club. She just went.
Hold on, before we got in chair. I get what he just said. Hold on, twin. Hold on. You just ain't gonna say that shit. We ain't gonna goddamn look that motherfucker up. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let's go ahead. Hold on, let me see my brother shit. He still alive? Nigga still alive. Shout out to my brother, man. Y'all make sure y'all follow him. I think he's. I don't think I'm on the wrong track, but hold on, we gonna find this shit. What? How you know it was in the book? Damn, hold on. Let me see, can I find it? Damn. Oh, found it. Ah. Damn, can we get a better picture than that? Hello? God damn it. It must be an old ass picture. Damn, I see it though. I see it though. Damn. Know that shit, right? You said the Tupac fit. Fuck!
home and that was that. In her first recount, she said that Pac couldn't get the clearance from Bad Boy Records, and that it never went any further than them taking pictures at the club. She then supposedly went and recorded the reference track for a girl group that's not part of Death Row. And Death Row supposedly tried to get their hands on those vocals so that they can put it on Tupac's album. She initially denied that they were ever in the studio together, saying that she was only in the studio with the girl group she was working with, not with Tupac. That's what she said in her first account during an interview with Video Music Box on July 27th, 1996.
Situation with me and Tupac, there really never was a situation. I mean, we met, he was really nice. He asked me to work on his album. He told me he could get, get it approved or whatever, get clearance from the label. And then I found out that he probably couldn't. I was out there working with another group. I won't name them. They have nothing to do with Death Row. Okay. And I was writing for them. That's how I met him. I did a reference vocal for another group I won't name. Okay. And it ended up that they were going to try to use the vocal on Tupac's album. So I guess it was for him or whatever. I really don't know.
This can be easily disproven, as there are audio recordings of them together in the studio on October 19th, while they were working on the song Wonder Why They Call You B. There were also about a dozen eyewitnesses who have seen those two together in the studio.
Take it back. I'm saying I went into the verse. That's all right. Come on. Remember, we can bring you in and out whenever we want. You want to say that? Yeah. What's the course?
This shit mad fast.
Hey, but you're doing it. You're doing it though, girl. Exactly, you are.
This right here is from an interview with Chuck Phillips, which took place on October 19th. And you can clearly hear Faith recording her vocals and talking to Tupac, while Pac is outside the booth having an interview.
We get to the juicy part. Hello now, 2-0. Hello,
Hi, Mom. If
Shout
it wasn't for you and your study habits, I wouldn't be here today.
Damn, twin.
Wow.
Shout out to y'all niggas goddamn
that right there says it all. I was in my 50s when I decided.
Interview with Chuck Phillips. So Faith has been lying for all these years. She still hasn't changed to this day. She's been in 3 marriages and cheated every single time. Even recently on her ex-husband Stevie J. She brought multiple men home and slept with them in Stevie J's bed. And when confronted, she had no remorse, zero accountability, and a cocky attitude. Stevie J at least was able to catch her red-handed. So she wasn't able to lie her way out like she did with Pac and Biggie.
Damn, we lied. We lied. It's cool, we lied. JC. I hate you. Please leave me alone. Please, I hate you.
All I did was love you. And you do that to me? How can you do that to me?
Stop!
How can you mad at me? No, I ain't going
out of here. Here you go with your dumb shit.
No,
grow the up. This is what I don't want to be bothered with. Get the out.
And this was her at almost 50. Now imagine how wild she was when she was younger.
I think don't really do shit for me now. Like,
she was out in clubs every night to meet men.
We missed that, Joe. We missed that. What she said?
Remember, we can bring you in and out.
Not right here.
But a whole new set of events that supposedly transpired after the, of course, infuriated Biggie. Why would you buy trunks full of gifts for someone you consider
Tupac album? So I guess it was.
I can't find it.
That's why dick don't really do shit for me now. Like,
damn.
She was out in clubs every night to meet men. It didn't even matter if it's the enemy or her husband. She went back to the Peninsula Hotel with Tupac the same day they met, meaning on October 13th,
oh my God.
after leaving the Hollywood Athletic Club. Because when Pac went out to smoke, he saw Faith leave the building. He then yelled across the parking lot, "Y'all leaving?" And Faith responded, "No." Pac then said, "Cause we about to go back to my hotel room. What y'all gonna do?" And Faith said, "We gonna follow you." That night, Faith went to Tupac's room at the Peninsula Hotel. 3 days later, they even went to the Waiting to Exhale soundtrack release party together on October 16th.
Hey, every man don't have that moment, but you know you just fuck some fine shit. Or you got some revenge, He got the glasses on. You know what time it is. Stop playing with him. Stop playing, my boy.
There was no mention of this meeting in Faith's personal accounts when she was asked in interviews months later.
Goddamn.
But in her memoir, which she released in 2009, she spoke about a whole new set of events that supposedly transpired after the night at the soundtrack release party, which she either tried to hide or forgot to mention in her first account in '96, or made up and added on top of a mountain of lies in an attempt to trickle-truth people who have noticed the holes in her story. Cause at first she denied ever being in a studio or hotel room with him. But then later in her memoir, she said that they indeed met up and spent time together. That they didn't just part ways and never see each other again after taking those pictures at the Hollywood Athletic Club. Cause that's what she claimed while Pac was alive. According to the singer Danny Boy, Faith Evans would go on shopping sprees all around LA and return with trunks full of gifts and clothes for Tupac. Like, for example, an expensive gold Versace silk shirt, which he would later wear to taunt Biggie, like on November 5th in Las Vegas, for example. He bragged about it in the Daily News, which of course infuriated Biggie. Why would you buy trunks full of gifts for someone you consider a stranger? Someone you supposedly don't even care about? Here's what happened on October 16th, according to her memoir. They were on their way to the soundtrack release party when Tupac called her asking where she's at. Notice how Pac somehow has her phone number and can call her up casually like a friend, as if they're close, and not complete strangers like Faith made it out to be.
I saw
Faith's car and jumped in the back seat. They both got out the car when they arrived at the red carpet and hung out together the entire day. Pac sat at the same table as her the whole night. They then went to an after party together at the Peninsula Hotel, the exact hotel Tupac was staying at. Pac jumped into Faith's limo and they drove to the hotel together. At the Peninsula Hotel, Pac and Big Syke hung out together with the rapper Drew Down, who brought two Italian sisters with him. He was seeing both at the same time and tried to convince one of them to sleep with Pac, but she refused and the sisters left. Pac came out the shower with a towel on, asking for the girl, who had already left. He then put on a sweatsuit and said, "Watch this though. Watch this though." Faith was knocking at the door of Pac's hotel room, and Pac knew that it was her. After opening the door, Drew Down saw her quote-unquote disguised in a hoodie, and according to him, it seemed like she's trying to sneak into Tupac's hotel room without anyone noticing. But Drew got the feeling that she had been to his hotel room before, cause how else would she be able to find it on her own? Pac was supposedly bragging about his relationship with her, even on October 16th, 3 days before Faith laid down her vocals for Wonder Why They Call You B. After greeting Pac, Faith then saw Drew and drinking and smoking.
Tell her is goddamn, she got them coming back, but she ain't know what to do, but she ain't know had no dick like that before, boy. She had that thug life for real. She used that big slappy. She used the big slappy. She went on there and got some thug life. It was over with. She been hooked ever since. I bet she got a picture right to this day. I bet she got a picture somewhere.
Probably realized that her and Pac won't be able to spend some time
come on now. Yeah, 200,
at least in private.
Goddamn, 275 is in here, bro. Appreciate you.
So she left immediately. Drew Down was confused, wondering what the hell just happened. It's more than likely that Faith wanted to do more than just say hello and then leave. She didn't want to drop any hints that there's something going on between her and Pac. Nobody could know about this. So she just greeted him and left. Pac knew that she was coming and kept bragging about it to Drew Down. He then invited him to come record with him the next day, which was October 17th. So on the next day, Pac picked him up and they drove together to Can-Am Studios, where they recorded the song All About You, with Drew Down in the intro. Pac also recorded his verses for Wonder Why They Call You B. He wanted to put Faith on it and turn it into a disc, but she wasn't actually there in the studio on October 17th. Pac planned to get her on the song in the next couple of days. On October 19th to be exact, 2 days later. For that, Pac picked her up at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel In his convertible, and they drove to the Can-Am studios together. She saw Suge, Corrupt, and people from the label knowing that Puffy and Suge were in the middle of a beef. I mean, she was right there when Suge made fun of Puffy at the Source Awards, and when Pac publicly made those accusations against Biggie in magazines. But she still decided to record the song with Pac. This is what she said in the second version of her story. In the first version, they never even were in a studio together. Now all of a sudden she admits that they indeed went to hotels and studios together. With Pac being on Demon Time, he also played her the first beat for the Biggie diss track Hit 'Em Up, saying, "Look, I've been working on new music for my new album." With everyone from their fro in that room smirking. They all knew what Pac was going to use the beat for. Faith and Puffy's baby mama, Misa Hilton, who was also there that day, were the only ones who had no idea what that song was about.
I'm older now.
They were just bobbing their heads to the beat and enjoying it. Pac hadn't laid down a verse yet, but he was planning to brag about sleeping with her, which he tried to do that same day. So he basically played Biggie's wife the beat on which he was planning to kill her husband lyrically, planning to brag about sleeping with her while she's there in the studio vibing to the beat, not knowing what's about to happen. Having a great time, enjoying the music, just to find out that she was vibing to the melody of the song that would turn Biggie's world upside down and give him the shock of his life. I mean, how was Faith supposed to explain it to her husband? What was she supposed to say? "Honey, I was in the studio with the guy who accused you of setting him up. I was in a hotel with him and he's now bragging that he slept with me. Oh, and I was also vibing to the beat he tried to end your career with."
Damn.
It was a terrible look. Just imagine Faith's reaction hearing Pac brag about sleeping with her on the same beat she was bobbing her head to while using it to humiliate Biggie. And at the time the song came out, she had a baby on the way. Those were probably the darkest times in Faith's life. Following the teachings of Machiavelli, Tupac wanted to win by all means necessary, using methods that are cruel and immoral, but effective.
So you was pregnant and you was fucking Tupac at the same time, or you got them? You know what I'm saying? Hold on now. Reach out to me, bro. I got you if you trying to get caught up. Yeah, you damn so, man. I hope you continue coming to the, you know what I'm saying, the streams, bro. I got you.
Block. Something that would ensure Tupac's victory, making it nearly impossible for Biggie to come back. Bro. Humiliating and dethroning the King of New York.
I appreciate it.
A lot of people saw Faith sit on Tupac's lap while they were spending time in the studio. The singer Natasha Walker said that she saw Faith's legs between Tupac's legs. Actor and singer Ray J has seen it too. We walked in one day and Faith was sitting on Tupac's lap while Pac was writing a verse. It was like, what the F is going on? That was one of the craziest sights, dog. Faith was in Pac's lap. I was like, what the F? I'm not... Is that... It can't. I'm not hating on nobody. I got love for Faith. That was unbelievable. During the time of the East Coast West Coast beef. Others said that they looked like a couple. The song, Wonder Why They Call You B, was a subliminal diss towards Biggie's wife Faith Evans. But she didn't fully understand it.
And that's why they called you bitch, I betcha.
In the song, Pac was pointing out the hypocrisy and the delusion of promiscuous women. And Faith didn't understand the irony of her sitting on Pac's lap and cheating on Biggie, while at the same time making a song bashing promiscuous women.
Damn.
And Pac wanted to point that out to everyone. The same woman that jumped on a song bashing promiscuous women is promiscuous herself, cheating on her husband while pretending to be a loyal wife. Because that night after the studio session, according to
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck Tupac.
Give me a hell yeah.
That nigga said he gonna get out and get his revenge. He got his goddamn revenge.
To multiple people that were close to Pac, the two slept together in Tupac's hotel room at the Peninsula Hotel. According to Faith, however, she only went to Pac's hotel room to get her check of $25,000, which Pac promised on October 13th. When they first met at the Hollywood Athletic Club. According to her, October 19th was the one and only time she went to his hotel room. But we have eyewitnesses like Drew Down and Big Syke who saw her there on October 16th, meaning 2 days prior, when she quote-unquote came there to say hello. Faith tried to make it seem like those two incidences were one incident, saying that the one time she came there, she almost got assaulted by Pac, after Pac's two friends, which were Drew Down and Big Syke, left the hotel room. That's what she said in her memoir. But that's not what happened, cause she was the one that left.
Oh Lord,
Drew Down and Big Syke stayed in the hotel room. Drew Down even confronted Faith years later for lying about that incident. The time Pac and Faith went to the hotel room together was on October 19th. Drew Down and Big Syke weren't even there for that. That's the day, according to Pac, where they slept together. Faith, however, told the story differently, saying that on October 19th, after recording the song Wonder Why They Call You B, she only went to his hotel room to get her check. And Pac supposedly said, "My manager is bringing it to my hotel right now. I can bring it to you later on this evening, or we can swing by there right now and pick it up." In her memoir, she then said that she wanted to go to Tupac's room at the Peninsula Hotel to get that check. But when they got there, no manager was in sight. But there were two guys in Tupac's hotel room waiting and smoking blunts. She then said that the four of them waited in Tupac's hotel room for a whole hour, but the manager wouldn't come. At one point, Pac's friends left and she was all alone in the room with him. As soon as the two guys left, Pac supposedly confronted her. "You know I love New York, but I'm not effing with New York right now." Faith got scared and...
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
It should be a beta right now.
Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your word...
And was shocked by Pac's sudden switch of mood and attitude. "Really? Why is that?" Faith asked. "'Cause they set me up. You know that, right?" Pac was supposedly staring at her like she was the one who set him up.
Damn, I ain't got much.
You don't really believe that bullish. I'm telling you, they set me up.
57 in this motherfucker.
Look, Pac, I just need to get my check and then I have to go. Faith said. "The situation with the money is like this. If I give it to you, then you my B-word."
Ooh.
Yo what? You heard me.
You my bitch.
You gotta be my B-word. Faith got up and moved further away from where Pac was standing. "I'm not anybody's B-word," Faith said. "You Biggie's B-word," Pac said. "I'm his wife. I thought y'all broke up. We still married. Whatever. Look, you hired me to do a song. I did. I want my money and that's it." "Oh, word? It's like that? You just want your money. You told me it wouldn't be a problem. The only reason why I came up here is because you said..." Pac then supposedly interrupted her and said, "So you're not trying to suck my D?" "What?" Faith screamed. "What are you talking about? You know you want to suck my D, B-word, don't effing lie." Faith started to cry and tried to leave, while Pac continued yelling and insulting her. He supposedly said something about Biggie and the East Coast, to which Faith responded, "But I thought y'all were friends. You know you want to be my B-word." Faith then left and drove to her friend with a limo. She was crying the whole time. Afterwards, she drove back to the Peninsula Hotel to meet with Pac again. At the lobby of the hotel, she called Pac saying that she's waiting downstairs and waiting for a check. To which Pac responded, "Oh word? I'll be down there in a minute." After 20 minutes, he still didn't come. So she called again and he responded, "Oh word?" The next couple of times she called Pac, he didn't pick up. He never came down to give her the money. That's when Faith knew that she had to get out of LA. In Faith's first account, there was never a mention of Tupac's harassment. She only said that he was always nice to her, even the last time they met. While Pac was alive, she never said anything bad about him. But after his death, she switched up her story and Tupac all of a sudden became the same filthy animal that supposedly assaulted Ayanna Jackson. But her story doesn't make any sense. Why would she go back to the same hotel room to meet the man who harassed and intimidated her? She was all alone. I mean, she was already crying and scared to death. Her staying for over an hour in his hotel room is also very suspicious. Also, why didn't she file a lawsuit for defamation and sexual harassment? Or call the cops? He would have been sent back to prison if she had won the case. But there were actual witnesses there who confirmed Pac's side of the story.
Lying on
no
a dead
one
man
has
that don't
ever
even
stepped
sound
forward
like
as a
Pac
witness
SMH.
to support Faith's claims.
situation with me and Tupac, there really
like
never was.
How smart Tupac is, and he already got. You know what I'm saying?
He was really
project supposedly.
What, how long
in her book, she stated that she immediately flew back to New York and then got a call from Jennifer, who was working for Bad Boy.
Man, 314
people.
Heard? I appreciate
Big is pissed
man.
off. Him and Puff are wilding out right now.
Appreciate
the rumors of Faith and Pac's affair had made their way to New York. Within hours, Biggie called Faith's hotel room. "What the F is going on?" he screamed. "Listen, I don't know what you heard, but..." Big then interrupted her, yelling, "You effing with Tupac?" "Hell no," she yelled. "I told you I did a song with him." "And then what happened?" Big asked. "Nothing, I swear to God, nothing." "Faye, don't effing lie to me. Why are people saying this?" "I don't know." "Big, but you know I would never..." Big then hung up the phone. She lied to Big, saying that she would never cheat on him. But in her book, she confessed, "I hadn't been completely innocent. While I was in Los Angeles, I had sex occasionally with Terry Dollars. And I'd even seen Roger, the NBA player, a few times when he was in town. So technically, I had cheated on Big, but not with Tupac." She even said occasionally, multiple times with multiple men. And this was just in LA. The whole time she was pretending to be the pure, innocent and loyal wife who gets wrongfully accused of cheating on her husband. But she did cheat on him according to herself. And she never told Biggie about it until the day he died. And they even had a kid together after the whole cheating.
I'm pregnant by Big because that was my husband and that was the only person that I was laying with. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Even if I was involved with somebody, I wouldn't be out doing it like that, you know?
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
No, especially not when I'm carrying this man's baby.
After that phone conversation, Faith took a shower to clear her head. She then wrapped herself in a towel and then heard a loud banging at her front door. Big was yelling and aggressively trying to break into her hotel room. As soon as Faith opened the door, Big rushed inside and grabbed her by her shoulder, yelling, "What the F is wrong with you? You F Tupac?" Faith tried to break free and started crying. "Hell no," she said. "You have to believe me."
At Trek over 62,
Big's friend Damien had come with him and was standing in the corner of the room.
After he passed SMH,
"Damien, please tell me what's going on."
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no.
Oh, see, that's why I'm scared of light skin girl. She like this. That's why I'm scared. I stay away from. I don't want you little honey mustards.
Going on, Faith said. Damien stayed silent the whole time.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted.
Damn, you make them mad.
Why is this guy saying this ish? Huh?
Not all women. Not all women.
Why?
Wait.
Big pushed her to the floor and she covered her head with her arms, while he continued to scream and curse at her. After about 10 minutes, it was over.
She told everybody
he stormed
she was
out,
like that.
leaving her on the ground, sobbing and
J.
hysterical. Faith realized that she walked into Tupac's trap and that he used her to hurt Biggie. And Big was done with her. Got even closer with Charlie Baltimore after that. And there were rumors that she was going to be her replacement. Then he saw the pictures of Pac and Faith together. Saw that she wasn't wearing her wedding ring and showing off her ringless hair to the camera. Pac's facial expression was also very provocative. And they were all hugged up like a couple.
Hold on, twin. We ain't gonna goddamn walk pay. How she go from with Tupac to this?
Big would always insult her in front of others and would approach her multiple times out of anger to get some answers. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, he choked her and yelled at her when she was supposed to perform during one of her shows. There were other incidences where he would try to talk to her, but she would lock him out of the door in order to make sure that she doesn't get hurt, while Big was in a state of rage and anger. She was denying the allegations and trickle-truthing Big.
You know I ain't lying.
Every time he called her a lie, he would get
No, I ain't talking about with the curves.
Faith went on the radio to say that she's not seeing Tupac. But every other week, Park would make a cheeky comment in the media calling her his girl or implying that they slept together.
Is she black or Spanish?
And this would obviously frustrate, sadden, and infuriate Biggie. It was an emotional roller coaster for him. Park wanted to ruin his marriage after seeing the October 95 issue. Stayed silent the whole time. Why is this guy saying this ish? Huh? Faye? Why? Big pushed her to the floor and she covered her head with her arms, while he continued to scream and curse at her. After about 10 minutes, it was over. He stormed out, leaving her on the ground, sobbing and hysterical. Faith realized that she walked into Tupac's trap, and that he used her to hurt Biggie. And Big was done with her. Got even closer with Charlie Baltimore after that. And there were rumors that she was going to be her replacement. Then he saw the pictures of Pac and Faith together. Saw that she wasn't wearing her wedding ring.
This the best he's gonna get.
At Donwise WM3GI said,
she black and white?
She probably is Ibra rolling on the floor laughing.
Damn. Look, this the best she got. I ain't seen that. Patty. She look like a hot mess, I ain't gonna lie.
And showing off her ringless hand to the camera. Park's facial expression was also very provocative, and they were all hugged up like a couple. Big would always insult her in front of others, and would approach her multiple times out of anger to get some answers. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, he choked her and yelled at her.
I wish y'all used to call him back in the day. What they used to call him? You know, you call him, I don't know what the young folk got going on. They call him thoughts and shit. What they call him? Well, yeah, you used to call him back now, back in the day.
When she was
we got to use one of them terms.
Supposed to perform during one of her shows. There were other incidences where he would try to talk to her, but she would lock him out of the door in order to make sure that she doesn't get hurt. While Big was in a state of rage and anger. She was denying the allegations and trickle-truthing Big. Every time he caught her in a lie, he would get mad again. Faith went on the radio to say that she's not seeing Tupac. But every other week, Park would make a cheeky comment in the media calling her his girl or implying that they slept together.
More fine than Faith
and
anyway.
This would...
Who Charlie Baltimore?
At Donwise WM3GI said, her son Chris Jr. don't even fuck with her after she married Stevie J.
Damn, I didn't know this shit.
At Abdullah South said, Big cheated on Faith like 3 times, Two-Face with tears of joy.
Damn. What the fuck wrong with here? Look at this shit. Boy, you need
at
some
Donwise WM3GI said, yard farmer rolling on the floor laughing.
Like, I see why she cheated though. You know what I'm saying? You
at Firm the Ground Up Entertain 2539 said, yeah, Charlie Baltimore fire.
Motherfucking like one of them damn goddamn zombies coming at your head. Look at this shit. I don't even know if he's looking at me.
Obviously frustrate, sadden, and infuriate Biggie. It was an emotional roller coaster for him.
They try to make him look like something in the movie.
Park wanted to ruin his marriage after seeing the October 95 issue of the Vibe magazine, with Biggie and Faith on the cover. On those pictures, they seemed like the perfect dream couple. All eyes were on them. Everybody read about their love story. How they got married 8 days after meeting each other. They called it love at first sight.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, bro.
Said, 8 days? Charlie Baltimore still look good today. At Donwise WM3GI said, that's bad LOL rolling on the floor laughing.
Man, so y'all gonna marry somebody 8 days. Holly Berry now. Y'all gonna marry in 8 days.
At Abdullah South said, Big was the king of subliminal dissing. After this you should listen to The Ugliest if you haven't already.
That's a song?
At Donwise WM3GI
embarrassed them in front of the whole world.
That one in the movie
just
was
like
fine
how
as
Big
fuck.
and everyone at the quad suit
At Abdullah South said, hell nah.
Yeah, nah.
At Firm the Ground Up Entertain
2539
said, no, I'm sorry. I will marry Beyonce the first day.
You say you gonna marry Beyonce after 8 days? Shit, I heard she do witchcraft. You crazy as hell.
Studios tried to embarrass him with their comments in the vibe. He wanted to turn their love story into a joke, especially after hearing about Stretch trying to sleep with Pac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith while he was hanging out with Biggie's homies. He wanted to get back at both of them. But they supposedly only slept together on October 19th.
Shit, I think I won't
and
put a ring
Knight
on.
was sleeping with Puffy's baby mama, Misa Hilton, the whole time. He told them to take pictures of them together, so that they can shock Puffy the same way they wanted to shock Biggie. They wanted them to get ridiculed by the media and hit them where it hurts the most.
Charlie Baltimore is
Here is
cold
a picture with Suge and Puffy's son
I'm
Justin.
not getting married after
You can
8
also
days.
see Misa Hilton's legs on the left. Suge and Misa hooked up numerous times ever since the 95 Source Awards,
Beyonce
and he
in
would
1 day,
always
1
fly her
hour.
out to LA together with her son, just to humiliate Puffy. Pac also
Rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing.
This guy.
Look who I found
Y'all
on the
miss
roof.
his. I ain't mess with y'all. I miss his fuck.
did the same thing with Mary J. Blige, who Puffy was working with at the time.
I don't know.
While Pac slept with her in one room, Suge slept with Misa Hilton.
Well, you talking about Beyonce now
boasting
or
about how they can
you gotta
sleep
say
with every woman in
area
Puffy and
Beyonce
Biggie's life.
What area?
And then send them back to the East
Pac
Coast.
was really getting in his
Mary
head.
J. Blige was supposedly passed around by multiple people on their throne. Like, for example,
Said,
Danny Boy and Suge himself.
Sanaa Lathan may be
Pac-
thinking face.
Y'all think Pac and Suge got the best revenge, bro. They went and fuck they baby mamas, bro. He had to kill Pac out this shit. He had to kill Pac out this shit, bro. They even hiding in the car and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Later complained and joked about Mary's bad smell in the intimate area. Pac and Suge were doing everything they could to belittle and emasculate Puffy and Biggie, rubbing it into their faces and showing them that they can get away with everything. A lot of the shady things they did behind the scenes was hidden from the public. They were trying to drive them crazy and provoke a response.
I think Diddy got Faye too.
Months later.
I think Faye hit Diddy too.
Pac and Suge shared a common interest.
Ain't nobody talking
They
about
both wanted to find out more about Puffy. Cause Suge and other Ma Piru members indirectly held Puffy responsible for Jake's murder. Tupac, on the other hand, blamed Puffy for withholding information about the shooters and the mastermind behind the Quad Studio shooting, thinking he would have told him if he wasn't cool with those people or part of the whole setup. By the end of October, Pac had decided to go on the offensive against Biggie, Puffy and Bad Boy by writing more battle rap themed tracks or songs where he's taking subliminal shots at his enemies. Like on Only God Can Judge Me, for example, which was recorded on October 26th. He started off by saying that he got stabbed in the back by his own homies during and after the Quad Studio shooting. He's obviously talking about Stretch, Biggie and Puffy. The next couple of jabs are on the Posse track When We Ride, featuring the Outlaws and ex-members of the group Thug Life. It was recorded a day later on October 27th.
Goddamn, hold on. I can't listen to it. Fuck.
In the song When We Ride, Pac is talking about a certain person who shouldn't have quote-unquote effed around with a sick-ass guy like him. He's talking about one person here, saying that his adversaries will crumble and that he's out for revenge for the people that shot him.
Said, he used to fuck Mary J. Blige too, and saved her from KC from Jodeci from hooping her ass.
You wonder who shot me is a clue, stay alert, cause we coming for you.
On October 30th, Pac recorded the title track.
Hello, we ain't gonna walk past like you just didn't say that, bro.
Even DMX dissed Pac in '96.
Why you did Pac? DMX did Pac? Don't do that. I love DMX, bro. Don't say that. For real? Why you did that? I mean, low key, DMX try to be like Pac. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Both of them had bald heads. You know what I'm saying? On fatigue, they shit head damn. No, I don't think did DMX wear bandanas. I don't think he wore bandanas though. I don't think so. But you said, hold on, I ain't gonna walk past like we did. Mary J. Blige is crazy. Damn, Mary J. Blige, she too old to be out there. She's nasty. This is old free.
Of his album All Eyes on Me, which also contains subliminal shots at Biggie.
I bet you got it twisted, you don't know who to trust. So many player hating shit, gonna sound like us.
With all the different recounts in the Vibe magazine about the Quad Studio shooting, fans and readers were confused on who to trust, Pac or Biggie and everyone else who was there at the Quad Studios. Their versions of the story conflicted Pac's detailed description of the things that transpired during the shooting.
At Murdompson1714 said, DMX has been recorded giving Pac major respect and props.
I know I seen some of them though, but he said he dissed Pac. You think I won't look that shit up? You crazy? I'm gonna look this shit up. Cause I want to see what that's about.
Making records for the ladies and club bangers for his album. Pac was the one who told him to change his style
that shit too, Jay-Z
and to make more
DMX.
radio-friendly records. That's how Biggie became successful, at least according to Pac. But now those same people who supposedly copied him are now player-hating and talking bad about him in the media.
Say they ready for the funk, but I don't think they know. Straight to the depths of hell is where them cowards go.
Ready for the Funk is not only referencing Biggie's album Ready to Die, but also the song Machine Gun Funk on the same album.
DMX did diss Pac. Dissin' Pac is how a lot of East Coast artists got clout during that time. At Donwise WM3GI said, because Pac didn't want to do a song with DMX because he wasn't fucking with most of the East Coast. Let's be clear that diss came after he was gone. At Abdullah South said, y'all can look it up, it's a party freestyle 2PQC diss 1996.
I gotta look it up. Hey, y'all make sure y'all look it up. We gotta get fact checked, cause we, you know what I'm saying?
He's saying that they're all liars and cowards who would run at first sign of funk, saying that they're not ready for it.
You know what I'm saying?
Which is actually what happened a couple months later after the Soul Train Awards in '96. More on that later. Pac is ready to send those people to hell for supposedly backstabbing him.
Nigga trying to get me copyrighted, huh? I'm gonna start right here, Jay. He trying to get me the copyrighted. You know what I'm saying? Well, make sure if y'all got a Twitch, please follow me on Twitch, Baby Jody7413. I will do the all eyes on me, the movie. I never seen it. I want to do that. I'm gonna react that to y'all. So y'all make sure y'all follow me on Twitter. I enjoyed y'all. Tomorrow we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue the same segment tomorrow. So y'all make sure y'all come in tomorrow at 11 p.m. on Eastern. I'm on Eastern, y'all. So I don't know what time zone y'all in. Eastern. Y'all can look that up, see what time it is for y'all. And we're gonna continue this subject. I remember everybody's name and everything. And the songs I'm gonna look up. I got right there.
At Abdullah South.
You got me?
Said.
I appreciate you, bro.
I got you, bro.
Appreciate you, but I wanna watch All Eyes on Me on YouTube, but it's copyrighted, so I don't wanna get no strike on my channel. So I can do it on Twitch. I can start doing like movies and shit. We can watch the Biggie shit, the Twitch, everything y'all wanna watch. But y'all just let me know. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope I made y'all laugh tonight. But y'all made my day tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm on Eastern. I'm on Eastern, though.
Said, East.
Yeah, same time tomorrow. We gonna continue where we at. We gonna continue. We gonna finish. This a long ass motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit long ass. But I can't finish this. This shit gonna take me all the way to goddamn 2 p.m.
At Donwise WM3GI said, you here tomorrow, bro?
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all keep your notifications on. I do be posting. Make sure you check my posts because I will be posting. I usually post at 10 p.m. before I go live. That you'll see the thumbnail and everything. So we gotta continue. Where we at? 3.14. Let me screenshot this shit so I won't forget. Yeah, I'm on. I enjoyed y'all. I mean, y'all put me on so much knowledge, and I got so many songs. I'm bumping Tupac when I get out there. I wish I could bump it on stream, but they gonna copyright my shit. But when we get on Twitch, when we get on Twitch, we playing nothing but Tupac. We bumping all the songs. We playing all the songs. That's why need y'all slide over there and tweet. I probably do that like on the weekends or some shit.
At Donwise WM3GI.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably do that like Friday night.
Show.
I'll probably do that like Friday night. And I keep saying it wrong. All Eyes on Me, the movie, bro. I never watched it. I'm gonna watch it live with y'all. We bumping Tupac. So when you come in the chat, it's gonna be nothing but Tupac playing. I'm gonna have my goddamn Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I might shave my head out. You know what I'm saying? I might shave my dreads out, being here bald headed with loop earrings. You know what I'm saying? Like the Jordan shit in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all, man. I hope to see y'all tomorrow, man. I appreciate y'all.